All right. Let me try that. How about that, Pepe? Thanks for that. Should be good now. It should be good now. I forgot again. Forgot to uncheck one thing. I got about 10 things I have to do before I get rolling, and I just forgot that one. Okay, thanks. So I was just talking about Nike, guys. So for those of you on YouTube, I was just talking about Nike. Um, I'm sure I read something this morning that this might have been their worst one-day drop in about 20 years. It's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average and dragging down a lot of the other retailers. If you look at XRT just in general, the retail sector just in general, because the market's ripping. Interesting reaction. This was the price index, I guess. The first reaction was, uh-oh, big red bar, and then it just reversed. But look at XRT. This is the retail ETF, the major one anyway. It is down, of course, being dragged down by Nike. And I was just saying, take a look at Foot Locker. Foot Locker's down about 8%, 7.5%. And Skechers, SKX, down 4%. So a couple of the other footwear companies. But anyway, Nike really, it's going to be interesting to see what Nike does here. See if it continues down or has a rally. But there's the 200-day moving average. So 109.99, basically 110. So it's about $2 below the 200-day moving average. Now China's getting hit hard. Take a look at KWeb. China is getting hit hard again. More saber rattling. So KWeb, look at KWeb down 5%. Look at this big gap down on most of the China stocks. I did single out NTES, I think, NTES, because this is down 21%. And this is market wrote up their new draft for gaming rules in China. Okay, so that is the reason net NTES. I mean, not only is overall China down, but this particular one, I guess the sector it's in, gaming sector, it is really down 21%. That's a huge, I mean, guys, 625 million in the float to be down 21%. That is a massive, massive move. And let's see, anything, RKLB, let's see where that one is right now. RKLB, I don't see it. Maybe it's pulled all the way back now. RKLB, no, it's still up. So it's up 15%. It's a lot of volume already, 1.9 million, but it is a massive float, 293 million in the float for $5 stock. So a few days ago, got up to 547. It's popped up over the 200-day moving average. And I guess they did have some news, 20 rallies 21% after the government contract with Wind boosts sentiment. $515 million. I don't know, obviously spread over, it could be 10 years. I don't know. Anyway, news on the RKLB. And the shippers, yeah, I mean, these shippers, there's all sorts of consternation in that sector, certainly. So there's ZIM, guys. ZIM on the move here. ZIM on the move. There's a cheap one on the move, guys. ASST. Let's see, it's up 30%. Low float, 2.2 million in the float. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. Coming into the 200-day moving average, for those who like to play the really cheap ones. There's Gamble. I do see Gamble down here. Yeah, GM Consuelo. GMBL. I do see Gamble here. And the next high looking left. It's got room. 636 is the next high. Is that right? Hmm. Do not see too many companies out of Malta. In fact, this might be the only one that I can remember seeing that trades on a US exchange. Spread's not good right now. 528, 532. Volume starting to pick up. I don't see any news on it. Gambling stock, of course. All right, guys, I think I'll take a look. I don't think we're going to have very much action in terms of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Seeing how this is the last day of the, well, before the holidays, Christmas, etc., on Monday. So the markets are closed, of course, on Monday. No half days, guys. So full day on Monday, and that's it. Ah, and we got two upgrades. So yeah, hardly any action. And on the downgrade side, okay, Netflix downgraded what? Easy Bank. All right, guys. There's our upgrades and downgrades. Again, hardly any. Was that today? Gamble today was the reverse split. One for 1,400. Really? I'm sorry, 400. It was today. Why am I not seeing that here at all? One for 400 reverse split effective today for Gamble. Interesting. Normally it'll show up here. I'm not disputing it, Jay. I'm just saying I'm wondering why it's not showing up here at all. I mean, this is, but it looks like it is acting like that. So that float then is not 128 million. Look at this craziness. Now this is not shortable for me. Yesterday that reverse splitter was shortable for me. Was that Mullen? I think MULN. It was shortable for me. Today this one is not shortable. So that float. Why am I not seeing that as a? All right. I just have to confirm. Yeah, it says one for. Wow. I mean, they did one in February. A one for 100. So that float then, about 320,000. So again, multi-stock. Okay, well, so what we're seeing here, guys, we're starting to see a bit of a pattern. Okay, I mean, 2 days does not make a pattern, but some of these reverse splitters are going crazy the day of. You just have to be awfully careful because now that float really is about 300. The float, the float is if that number is correct, that 128 million. So the float is now about 300,000. You know, just divide that by about by 400. That's the float. So that's the outstanding shares, and then the float, is going to be a little less than that. Regardless, 1 million, that's extremely low. All right, guys. Now the market had that big rip at the end of the day. I guess I don't recall it being up that much all day, but anyway. Um, well, let's take a look at the SPY. Now, guys, I don't know if William's in the room yet, but I have to take off a little bit early today. Yeah, that happened. Yeah, so 3 o'clock we had a big rip at the end of the day. 3 o'clock that caused that market to pop up. Okay, so let's take a look at the major sectors right now. Now, retail is not going to be over that 200-day moving average. Certainly not. Okay, thanks, William. Yeah, I have to take off a little bit earlier today, maybe about 20 to 3, between 2:30 to 20 to 3. Okay, so I have something to do at 3:30, which requires driving. So 6:30. All right, guys. So here are the major sectors, and again, we're in for a nice little pop, except for retail. Okay, everything else should be above that 20, above the 50%. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. When you see this is more typical, 100% one way or the other. So when you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE, the big energy sector, are up from yesterday's close. And when you check all the other major sectors, they're all at least 50%, except for retail, of course, which is being really dragged down by Nike and KE. Okay, really being dragged down. Now, what I want to do is again, XLE probably now is above the 200-day moving average. What's it probably close above it? You know what? Yeah, so it just closed a little bit above the 200-day moving average yesterday. There's that blue line. So that means, and of course, it's above it now. Now that we're having, you see the bit of an energy surge in where the energy stocks and XLE are all of them are 100% above yesterday's close. So that means that the only major sector is consumer staples. So let's see where consumer staples is now. Still below the 200-day moving average. So that is the only one. I do want to take a look at retail. I know retail is above, but it's probably not above that much. Oh, it is. It's been on a roll here, guys. All the doom and gloom about holiday spending, that went by the wayside. So even though Nike is dragging it down today, I mean, it's still it had a great run from November 17th on when it broke above the 200-day moving average. So again, the only major sector below the 200-day is consumer staples, XLP. I haven't looked at XLK or communications, but let's take a look how far above the 200-day they are. Out of curiosity, yeah, way above. And then communications, XLC, they're way above the 200-day. Those were always, for the longest, even though some of the other sectors, when everybody thought, oh my gosh, the market's collapsing when the SPY got down to 400, these were still way above. It was definitely killing Foot Locker, and also I took a look at Skechers, SKX. Skechers is also down, excuse me, down 4%. You hung around for their release, didn't you, William, for Nike's release after hours yesterday? What did it look like? Was it, yeah, it was, I mean, it had a little pop, little bit of a pop, and then after that, DKS is probably, let's take a look at another retailer, DKS. DKS is light also, but certainly NKE and probably Foot Locker are the two main ones. That is a shock, though. That's a real shock. I mean, 1.2 billion to be down 12%. Yeah, if you're looking for bounce plays, I mean, NTES, I mean, this is still, it doesn't bounce that much. Actually, I guess it has. NTES has come from 79 up to 83. And overall, China stocks are very, if you look at just KWeb, overall, China stocks are very weak. This one is extremely weak, being singled out. Other gaming stocks, all about gaming rules, a new draft for gaming rules in China. So again, overall, China stocks are weak. Take a look at KWeb. This is a big drop for KWeb. Hey, thank you very much, Jamie. You too. Absolutely. Always appreciate your comments in our YouTube room. So, I mean, this is a big drop, guys. 5% drop in China. I mean, that's what I use for the overall China market, KWeb. All right, I think the bloom is off this one probably. I don't see any news on this one at all. I mean, they didn't try to pump any news out. I don't think. I mean, it is the one for 400. That's a huge reverse, but guys, that means this stock This was like a 1 cent stock. Well, what we this will be fun. Let's take a look at now. This is split adjusted. Yeah, look at this. This is split adjusted. Okay, reverse split adjusted. Okay, $9,500. Okay, reverse split adjusted. Might even be more. Yeah, I thought so. Look at this. $27,000. I can never I understand it was never a 27 it was never up at $27,000. But when you take into account, because it did a one for 100, I think, in February, and now a one for 400. Who know? Ah, even more. This is crazy. 37,000. Even more. 148,000. Well, this is fun. 170,000. Let me get to a monthly chart. This is insane. This is all reverse split adjusted. $148,000 reverse split adjusted. Wow. Actually, I'm wrong. 424,000. This is just crazy. 900, almost $1 million reverse split adjusted. Wow. Oh, I'm this is well, I have here, Shady, 1.59 million. This is back in 2017. Have 1.8 million back in 2017. That's as far back I think as I go. 1.8 million. Anyway, yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Now, nobody cares. This poor, I mean, nobody, I'm sure, held on all this. Well, who knows? But all people care about right now is, wow, look at this thing happening today. Okay, guys, let's see. ALVR, I see is sinking. What did they do? A financing, probably? No, they did not do a financing. Okay, they did not do a financing, down 66%, scrapping their antiviral cell therapy trials. So I guess that's all they were doing. No other business. Wow. Alcoa jumps on a new COO. Target is raised to $36. So it's not that far behind. $36 by Bank of America from 28, and that's Alcoa. So executive vice president and chief operations officer. So I guess maybe this guy's got has some notoriety in the sector. I don't know. Yeah, I see you retired Fido every now and then. Man, there are 7.89. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at another stock. All right, yeah, thanks, William. So there's about a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. All I'm going to really wait for are the stocks that come in here. They have normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. That's all I'm really going to wait for. I mean, we're going to see action here right off the bat, the momentum scan, but I will definitely be just waiting for the stocks to see what sort of. Now, yesterday it started off very slowly, but at the end of the day, we had five in there and most of them were very good. All right, guys, here we go. We're up. The RMCO, this is a market high. I don't think it's not taking out the pre-market high. I don't think it's close though. RMCO close. $5 was the pre-market high. They did have some news. We don't have any float info, but I checked and the float looks like around 3 million, 3 to 4 million. Okay, so that is the float for RMCO. Crocs week, of course, with as Rio pointed out, Crocs, Foot Locker, SKX. You're looking for other footwear companies that are being hit because of the Nike. That's a massive move down for Nike, guys. I wish I could find it. I could have sworn it said this is a 20 worst day in 20 years. I think it said that. And there's the Foot Locker, FL. There's Alcoa moving a bit. 10-day daily breakout now on that news. New executive vice president and COO being announced. Next high looking left, getting close. Next high looking left is 3409 on the weekly chart. This Rocket Lab is yeah, this is moving now, guys. Wonder if it took out the pre-market high. Not quite. Sorry. I don't know if I mentioned SMFL. I did mention, yeah, I did mention SMFL at the big day yesterday in terms of the pop, but it really sold off. It got up to 348, but it closed way down here at 137. And the market just ripping here, ripping. A real interesting price action on that price index. It looked like it started off as a big red bar and then it just reversed. Acadia, ACAD on the momentum scan. Yeah, big pop here. No real action in the pre-market. Nike popping, guys. Now Nike is really popping here. Big recovery so far for Nike. Big volume coming in, of course. So actually, it's not a huge pop. I'm wrong. I mean, it's not bad, 107 to 109. And coming right into the 200-day moving average. Look at that, guys. The blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Call it 110. So it's right at that 200-day moving average area. So will it break it, or will that be a big, big, big resistance area for Nike and KE at 110? So the shippers are probably this is the one shipper that I do see, but there were other. Let's take a look at Fro. Let's take a look what Fro is doing. FRO Frontline. Yeah, so ZIM definitely is a little more active. Next high in the weekly chart for this. Wow, it's got some room, guys, on the weekly chart anyway. 1203 is the next high on the weekly chart for ZIM. Nike is still right at that 200-day moving average, right at 110. NetEase is still trying to come back, guys. NTES. There's the VWAP, 82.25. So it's a little bit above the VWAP right now. There's that Rocket Lab, RKLB. Next high looking left is 548, maybe a little too close. There, okay, guys. Nike right at the 200-day moving average. And again, I'm waiting for anything in this abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm waiting. I think this one was pretty active late in the day. ARBK. Yeah, look at this. ARBK was really active. Crypto play, really active late in the day. Had a big, big move, close at the high of the day. ARBK, not a low float, 482 million in the float. That's a big move for 10% for that float. So guys, Nike is still struggling to get through its 200-day moving average. It looks like it anyway. They popped just a little bit above it, just a few pennies. Yeah, I got up to 110.11. Okay, so a few pennies above it, but that 200-day moving average looks like it's pretty decent resistance right now anyway for Nike NKE. The VWAP is at 180. So it's basically it's right between the 200-day moving average and its VWAP. Look at the big move here now for ARQT, guys. A lot of volume coming in. Just a battle, guys, right at that 200-day moving average for Nike, 110. All right, guys, comp on the move, but look, you look left, and what do we see? We see the next high is very close. 354, that red line that shows you the next high, which is 2 days ago. So to me, there just might be, and if you look on the weekly chart, to me anyway, it looks like there's just too much resistance, potential resistance. So Shady posted, so he revised it. So he will get long NXTP if it gets up to 177 with a 20-cent stop at 157. Just to, if you're not familiar with what he's saying there, so very close to a trigger. Look at this market. Wow. This the guys, if you were around right at 8:30, this was a big red bar moving down on the SPY. Well, Rocket Lab just absolutely moving here, guys. I don't think this is, it is optionable too. So the reason why it's not showing up in the in that combo scan is because it's not a 10-day daily breakout. Now, it would be a 5-day daily breakout if you wanted to reduce it, but it is not a 10-day daily breakout. Big bounce for NetEase, guys. NTES now is having a big bounce here. That's a big, look at the volume that came in. Big bounce now. Still down 18%. We'll have to see if this is sort of just a minor pull up and will it stall? 82.85, so it's way above the VWAP. 200-day is not an issue. Okay, guys, I mean, there's Nike now. Nike is now trying to clear its 200-day moving average. Yeah, I just wish this the next high wasn't so close for RKLB. I just wish it weren't so close, but it is. And but if it breaks through that somehow, if it can get through that high, The next high on the weekly chart is 635. So it could have some room still. It have some news today. I don't know how many years this is spread over, but a $550 million contract. I'm sure it's not 1 year, of course, but then there's Carl's stock, IEP, having a big pop here. Now, I don't think I can trade this. This is one of those crazy ones that when I tried to trade it before, because I'm a Canadian, it gave me a warning saying I might be subject to some kind of tax. Let me just see if I can some kind of tax implications as a Canadian. Okay, guys. Well, here's MP. MP. Now, MP's got some room. Got a little bit of room here. 2265, 2226 on the daily, on the weekly chart for MP. And another one that, again, I don't like this comp, guys. That red line, that's the next high in the daily chart, but also on the weekly chart. To me, there's just too much resistance not that far away. You know what's moving down still is CarMax. I have CarMax actually thumbnailed. KMX had earnings yesterday, basically a disaster day, and it is getting close to the low of yesterday. I'll stick an alert there, and that's CarMax, KMX. Not a ton of volume. Well, guys, just like yesterday, and I have no idea if and when we'll get any alerts in my the scan that I love. This one down here, the abnormal option activity. That's a 10-day daily break. Yesterday, it was sort of the same. Didn't get anything, I think, until after 10 o'clock Eastern time. No guarantee we'll get anything today. So this is the one that went crazy yesterday. Again, I didn't even see this. It was halted. This is the one that went crazy yesterday, guys. You can see what it did. It got up to $14. This was the one that started trading as MSAI. It was a SPAC before that. I think it was SMAP. It was SMAP. SMAP. It was the SMAP SPAC. Turned it turned into this a couple of days ago. MSAI. Crazy day yesterday. And this was shortable for me yesterday, not shortable for me today. One big boom in the market. Look at this. Wow. So 480, I mean, who knows? 480. Maybe we'll hit it by the end of the year. That would be the all-time high in the SPY. Again, Perma Bear is getting thumped here so far. Was the gamble halted on the way up or on the way down? I guess it was halted. Well, so it had the big drop and then so it got halted on the way up. And look at this. So your potential open now. So this is you can't see the symbol, but it is gamble GMBL here. Halted at 585. This column here is showing the potential open. You can see how the prices change. It's not nothing is guaranteed, of course, but and again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, this is Interactive Brokers time and sales. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. I have to say that every day because I get people asking, well, where is that in Trade Ideas? Well, it isn't. Okay, but if you have Interactive Brokers time and sales, but your broker should have something very similar. And it just tells you approximately where it could open. All right, NXTP guys, on the way here. I hope you didn't get stopped out. I can't remember what your stop price was. 157. I think it got really close, but you may have been. Yeah, I think you're okay. Yeah, 163 was the low. So I guess you're still in it, Shady. Good. Yeah, that is I mean, that 200-day moving average for Nike looks like it's still kind of proving to be pretty strong resistance. I know it popped a little bit above it, but not by much. Yeah, yeah, the VWAP's at 194, so that could be a bit of a problem. Or not. All right, guys. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Sorry, the VWAP 194. And this crypto, I mean, again, most of the crypto plays are going to look like this. Look at Hive. Look at this move. Another move higher today. NXTP really on the move, and this is an AI alert also, guys. I noticed that also. An AI alert at 175, 210 right now, I think, around 210 right now. 216. Yeah, there's the AI alert at 175, 215 now. So that's a nice one. The problem I've had with the AI over the last couple of days, maybe even 2 or 3 days, way too many alerts. I don't know what the heck happened. Way too many alerts. And the magnet could be this high in the pre-market of 286. Next high in the pre-market is 250 or so. I think if I'm looking at Nike as a potential trade or a short, I think it's going to have to take out the VWAP also. So it looks like the 200 day at 110. I know it popped a little bit above it, but not by much. But then there now the VWAP is rising. It was a 108 something before. Of course, the VWAP is a moving target. So 109.21 now. So let's see if it can take out 109.21. So right now it's stuck between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. All right, where is the next resistance for this one? This ARPBK. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. I don't see anything. So on a monthly chart, nobody's saying it's going to get up to 423, but give me a moment. All right, guys, we have our first one in the abnormal auction. Okay, we have our first one, ARBK, and it's got the room. No, I'm not saying it's getting to 422, okay? But at least, actually 320. I'm sorry, 320 is the next high it's got to get through on the monthly chart. That was back in February of this year, and of course, it's in a great sector, the crypto sector. So I'm in it. Okay, I am in it. We had an alert here. This is the first one we had, 312, right there. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing. And it's not a low float, 482 million. They don't all have to be low. It's hard to believe that's the float. I'm gonna do a check just because I mean that's a massive move for with that float. Now, unfortunately, where I check, it may not because it might be one of those ones. Yeah, no, the float. So okay, did they do a reverse split like a 1 for 10 reverse split recently? Because we have the float is 50 million. I'm looking at checking this other website. Can anybody check for me if they did a 1 for 10 reverse split? Maybe not today, but well, let's see if it's here. Okay, so can anybody check for me on that? I just don't have time to check. If they did a one for, I don't know, 10 reverse split recently, because that other website that I really rely on to do a double check on float information, it's about 1/10 of that. That's a big difference. They did not, really? So I wonder why our provider is giving us 482 million, and I'm going to that other website and it says 40 million. Hmm. 53 million in Weibo and 53 million in Finviz. Finviz, okay, yeah. So I think ours is out of whack. All right, guys, I'm just contacting our devs. I want to find out why our float information is so out of whack. Okay, so listen, on the I've taken most off. My stop was 312, okay, at the alert. So I'm out of this right now, and I'll make it back in if it gets back up into the 320s. It wasn't an awesome trade, but I was hoping it'd get a little bit further. But you see, look where it got to. That was the next high looking left at 320. So when it got over 320, I said, okay, maybe. But the minute it started going back down to 320, that got me a little nervous. I'm more concerned about why we have a 482 million float. But the other thing, Moskelto, is when if you took that trade, you have to have your own stop. Okay, please don't rely on me and anybody else. If you take a trade, it has to meet, just like PJ said, it has to meet your trading style, your plan. And when you get into it, you have to have a stop. Too bad. I mean, this RKLB 583 is the next high looking left. Okay, guys. So with the ARK, I am going to stick another price alert at that. Remember, I use this like a watch list all day long. So I'm going to stick a price alert around 316 to see if it gets back up there later on. It's the only thing is it might be a little too reliant on what crypto is doing. Well, yeah, that next high was 320. It did pop above it, but not by much for the ARBK. So look at Nike, guys. Now Nike is, I think, at the VWAP. I think it's right at the VWAP. 109.25. So it is actually okay. It just broke down below the VWAP, guys. So this, looks like that 200-day moving average stalled it a little bit. It got a little bit above it, but not by much. And now, if you look left for Nike, the next low looking left is 108.15. So it may not be enough room. I don't know how much more dynamic this is going to be. I mean, it's down 11%, 1.2 billion in the float. So I just don't know how much more dynamic this is going to be. Can it move $5, $6? I doubt it. Okay, guys, let's see what time is it now. 10:08. GREE. Let's see what this one is doing. Probably not optionable. Yeah, it doesn't trade options. I didn't think so. So that's why it'll never show up in the combo. Billy, that's a China stock, isn't it? BILI. Well, I mean, I don't know if the rest of the China stocks did this, but certainly Billy had a comeback. Let's take a look at KWEB. See if it had a similar move. If all the China stocks are doing that, or just that one. Yeah, so you can see that KWEB had a move, okay? This is sort of the ETF I use for the overall China market. So Billy kind of followed that. So, I mean, if I were you, if I wanted to trade a China stock, I would have this up and running unless that stock has some specific news for it. Yeah, you can see most of the China stocks probably look like that. There's that opening 15-minute candle. Look at EDU, another one that was just hammered down. But most of the China stocks are going to have this probably pretty big opening green bar in the 15-minute chart. Now, okay, guys, so there's the RKLB. It may not matter. looking at this, that high looking left, it's right at it. If it can break through that, then the next high, that's on the monthly chart though. Let's take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, 635. It's just got to get through that. Here's the next high looking left actually now is 580. And RKLB had some news, okay? They did have some news. Big contract. I just don't know over how many years it spread. 500 and what? $515 million contract. And it doesn't say up to, it says 515 million. 18 space vehicles. Oper- I mean, we're talking 2033. So I don't, it's probably somewhere where it's spread over, a certain length of time. Too bad this is not a low float. Okay, so rain cloud, do you have, check if you right click on our chart, okay, right click on any chart, and is use browser interface checked? If it is, uncheck it. That's a reason why our charts can get very slow. Okay, so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So if you right click on a chart, this menu will pop up, and at the very near the bottom, it says use your browser interface. If it is checked, uncheck it. Okay, and see if that helps. Let me know if that helped you at all. And also, can you, yeah, just see if that helps. Okay, and that's my recommendation, guys. Don't use the browser interface if you're using. It's not going to affect. I mean, in fact, you'll have more options if you don't use it. So not only will it probably speed up your charts a bit, but you'll actually have more options. If you're going to ask me why do we have the browser interface, well, down the road we're trying to convert the entire program to a web-based version. So that's the reason. Right now, that is proving great. That helped. Good. So if anybody's listening to me and you're finding your charts are loading a little bit sluggishly, you can do this. First of all, do this. Go to Tools, go to Options, Tools, Options, and then where it says Charts, uncheck the Use Picture-in-Picture browser charts by default. Uncheck that, okay? And then now I don't know if unchecking that automatically does that to all your charts, but certainly if you load a new chart, and don't forget to save, okay? Save. Don't use the browser charts. Okay, Rocket Lab, Rocket Man. Okay, guys, ARBK is back to that area. I'm waiting to see if it can take out that 320. Remember, I use this like a watch list all day long. Whatever I get in here, I'm using like a watch list all day long. And I'm going to share that soon. See that little high that on there, there's that high. That red line is the next high looking left on so that is what I'm going to, that's my key area to try to take out. It briefly did it. I got up to 326. Minute it started coming back down though. That's where I got out most. And then I'm just going to wait on it to see if it takes that out again later on. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just, again, internal discussions. So what's happening with SPEC? SPEC, SPEC, probably a low float, yeah, 3.8 million in the float. Now the next high is looking left, like around that 192 mark. So unfortunately, and it's so choppy on the 15-minute chart. Does it look good to me then for the SPEC? We look at greed earlier, GREE. Again, this is coming into that 6 level, could block it if it can get through 6 with any momentum. Then your next high is on the daily, almost up to 7. Let's take a look. Maybe it's in Interactive Brokers. I'll take a quick look. JK. 200. Okay. JMP Securities maintains market outperform on Coinbase, raises price target to 200. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to watch Nike anymore. I just think it's going to get stuck between maybe the VWAP and the 200-day for a while. I don't think it, for me personally, it won't be dynamic enough. So famous last words if it moves up or down $10, but all right, guys, I know normally I do this around 10:30, but I think I'll do this right now. Go over my homepage, and of course, you can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing, especially the one that I love. And welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is a support room also, okay? It's not just a trading room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I'll let you know, but typically that's not the case. So just give me a moment. I messed up in our YouTube room, I messed up the linking. Yeah, I purposely did not. Somebody mentioned that in our YouTube room, Moskelto, the ZJYL. I purposely did not want to bring it up. All right, if you click on my homepage link, is what you're going to see. So you'll be at the top here. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, first of all, there's a promo code you can use. This is our holiday promo code. Um, well, the holiday promo code is different, but mine gives you the same. So 25% off, first month only, or the entire year. And if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my promo code. This is a free room. We want to keep it free. The way we keep it free is by using my promo code. Okay, it's that simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get trade. Sorry, you must do the get started. This will run you through your first your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, I wouldn't really look at doc layout. Okay, that's call that more of an advanced topic. Probably not that necessary to do. Probably most of our customers don't use it. You can look at it if you want, but I don't think it's necessary. If you're new to trading, trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So this is not a third party. You're not getting inundated with emails you don't want. So this is Trading 101, a series of videos. First one starts off with what is a stock? So it's as basic as you can get, and it gets more complex as you move through the course. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Of course, that's free. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. So you can now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check. Oh, look at the NXTP now. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by what you see. It's a software program, of course. There's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. You should do the get started. What I would do is I would look at alert windows, okay, more detail about what alert windows are, what top list windows are. I would also really understand how to use a price alert, put it on our chart. Very, very easy to do, but very powerful to use. Part of your trading should be, in my opinion anyway, should be part of your trading with price alerts. Okay. Next, the Getting Started series. Again, that's in the education section. I know we hammer this home. You should do the Get Starting series before you do anything at all. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern Time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. It should be Andy. So I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the room. Give me a moment. And last, if you're looking for my scans, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down a bit. And then in the middle section, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. And again, this at the bottom one here in the, by the way, the daily reversal should be working. Yes, the daily, I got Rudy to fix it for me. So the daily reversals is now working again. So bottom Bottom of the right-hand column is the normal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combo. That's really all I look at now. Okay. I mean, I look at other things, but I really concentrate on the alerts I get from this one and I follow them all day long. Sometimes you get an alert Maybe it sets up for a while, maybe it drops down to a certain moving average or VWAP, and maybe it resumes later on in the day. So I use whatever I get from this scan. I use it like a watch list. Okay, all day watch list. Don't get too many. Yesterday, I think we had 4 alerts, but that's what if you're looking, that's what I look at now all day long. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are the gappers up and the gappers down. Halts resumes is over here. This is the momentum scan is right here. So for instance, something like an NXTP will never show up on the combo because it doesn't trade options. Okay, doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up on the combo. Doesn't mean you don't trade it. Okay, but it won't show up on the combo. And I'll explain what the combo is all about, what these two scans are all about when I go, in general, what trade ideas is all about. So there's the pulse resumes that I'm sharing. There is the momentum scan up here that I'm sharing. This is the abnormal option activity scan up here that I'm sharing. And what you can't see on my other monitor, this is the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, nothing on the breakdown today, not yet anyway. So this is all that I'm sharing. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. Okay. That's what we do. We're excellent at scanning. There is a difference between a screener and a scanner. A lot of screening programs out there you can buy, but we are excellent at real-time alerting. So let me show you what I mean. I call this a momentum scan. Okay. That's why I call it Momo. Alert window. That's why it says A in the upper left-hand corner. It's an alert window. So what does that mean? If I right click on it and click on configure, and I click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect of it. Well, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time sensitive. And this gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock is high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So the last one we had was Gree at 1027. Price was 603. Gree met all of these filter requirements and it made a new high of the day. And just give me a moment. So I see up just showed up in my scan. Okay, it's got a little bit of room. 360. Okay. Now, if it meets your trading plan, fine. If it doesn't, it's through the 200-day moving average. Okay, UP is through the 200-day moving average. Uh, just snuck in here. The option volume, my minimum filter value here is 500 contracts has to be. But that represents right now, that 500 contracts that it is traded today represents 4 times normal. I'll go over that. I'll go over this. But so I just went over what the alert window is all about. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. If you don't, though, maybe you want a different price range. Of course, you can adjust it. And if you get used to using Trade Ideas, you can maybe take one of these filters out or add a filter in. Up to you. But this is what I like to see. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to see. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I click on the search this time, these are all the real-time alerts we have. And again, caution you, don't look at this and think, I cannot learn this program. It is way too difficult. Look at all the alerts I've got to learn. Look at all these filters or screeners that I have to learn. Well, the good news is you don't have to learn them all. I only use a couple of them. I'm just the person that likes to see stocks near the high and low of the day, new high, new low of the day. And that's the top two right here. We have a lot of different real-time alerts and filters because when the company started, they figured that most people wouldn't want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so the majority of the customers could combine them if they wanted to make their own scan, combine them to give them their own scan. Okay. Now, since then, since the company started, I mean, we now are sharing so many scans. Myself is lots of scans. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar and click on doc channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. A lot of scans are in here. So if you don't want to build your own scans, chances are there's something that we have already kind of pre-built for you. And then you can always adjust it. I mean, you can always look at, wow, look at that NXTP now. Too bad that I wish it had been optionable so it was showing up here, but they don't all have to show up in this scan to be worthwhile out of a trade, of course. It's just that I like to really concentrate on it. And this is looking really nice now in our AI. Okay, 175 was the alert at 940, 335 now, up only 91%. Is it always this good? Of course not. What I do like about the AI today, and even on the short of EDU, is that we're not inundated with alerts. That's been the problem I've found over the last little while. Way too many alerts. And just give me one moment. Okay, and again, if you have any questions, just ask away. So I am what you call a momentum. Well, first of all, I'm an intraday trader. Okay, a day trader, intraday trader, however you want to brand me. No, I don't swing trade. I mean, have I ever swing traded? Yes, but I do not generally swing trade at all. I'm only looking for to trade intraday, get out of most of the trades at the end of the day. So how do I do that though? Because if I'm going to day trade, I have to have a way to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. Because why am I going to get into something that's not trading abnormally? So what do I mean by abnormal? Well, first thing to do is we have this great filter called the relative volume filter. So right now, that relative volume filter for up, as an example, is 8.35. That means that up, UP, at 10, call it 10:30 Eastern time, is trading 8 times normal, what it normally does up to this time of day. And it's a baseline over last 30 days, okay? How about that ARPK, guys? See, just use it like a watch list. Not saying it's going to keep running, but so that's the first thing. Look at ARBK, 19 times normal. Okay, 19 times normal in terms of relative volume. I think our float is out to lunch. Okay, I think it's more like 50 million. I don't know why our provider has 482, but that's another story. So that is one way, of course, to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Another way that I find stocks trading abnormally is looking at their option volume. I do not trade options, but I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally when it comes to the option volume. So right here, I can see that ARBK traded a little over 1,000 contracts a day. That represents 5.6 times normal, 567% of normal. So coupled with the volume, the actual volume, trading volume, and the option volume together, that can create a very powerful way to see stocks that are trading abnormally all day long. Okay. And that's all I do. I just want to find the stocks that are trading abnormally all day long. And so when I see stocks here, which is a combination of a 10-day daily break and the abnormal option activity, I really want to pay attention. Okay? It's that simple. Well, simple for me. All I want to do is I want to follow these stocks. Not that I won't trade anything else, but I really want to pay attention to these stocks all day long. And use it like a watch list. Sometimes, sometimes you get an alert, it pops and it comes right back down, like the RBK, ARBK. But there's always a way that you can get back into it. For instance, you could have said, well, there was the original alert at 312. I actually wanted to wait for a break of this 318.19 mark. But how you trade it, I'm not trying to force anybody to trade those stocks, but if you're looking for something that is only going to give you a few alerts a day and not get overwhelmed by the alerts, this is probably a good start. We will not get very many alerts over the course of the day. Sometimes only 3 or 4. I think the most I've ever seen is maybe 10. Okay. So when you say, so I have a question. Can I follow the AI and be profitable? Well, depends what you mean by, first of all, we don't ever suggest auto trading it. Okay. I use it like a watch list, not, so I mean, obviously if you had taken a NXTP at 175 or thereabout, sure, you'd be up 100%. Is this going to happen every single day? No. But the way I use the AI is I use it like a watch list. I never auto trade. I'll click on the alert if I like what I see. As somebody who's traded for a while, I like what I see. I'll trade it. If I don't like what I see, I won't trade it. So can you be profitable? Well, if you've got any sort of trading experience and you click on an alert and it meets your trading style and plan, it'll be a watch list for you all day long. You can just follow the stocks all day long. So if you have any trading experience whatsoever, understand how to read charts. So the nice thing about it is that you don't have, these stocks will just be delivered to you every day. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to create a scan or anything. So from that aspect, but will you be profitable? Depends on your trading, really. I can, I'm not going to share the configuration, but you can have the scan. Okay, if that's what you mean, you can have the scan. Here it is. Okay, click on my homepage link, and then you scroll down, click here. So I think what you really meant is you want it. So here it is. Okay. Okay. I think that's what you meant, right? You have to be a subscriber. I don't know if you're a subscriber via Perry, and welcome. I don't think I've seen you post before. So welcome to the room if you're new. Great. Okay, good to see you. So that's all you have to do then. Do you know how to load when you see a link? Do you know how to load it onto your screen? If you don't, I'll demonstrate it. And it's good for other people too. If you other people who don't understand, so they see my link and they go, okay. So watch what I do. Okay. Now, first of all, if you're new today, did you go through? I'm going to nag at you a bit, but did you go through the 10 short videos? That's the first thing you really should do. Okay. Okay. So now in the guide, it also goes over in the user guide, it also goes over cloud links and all that. But let me show you. So you click on my homepage link. Okay, you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see that scan section. You click here. So these are all scans that I am sharing. So this particular one down here. So where it says open scan, you just click on it and it'll show up in a tab. Okay, you see how it showed up in a tab? The cloud link right up here. And so all you do is you just highlight it and now Control C, and now you've copied the link. Okay, the link is now copied. Don't even look at all this. I think it's too complicated. Just follow what I do. Okay, and just copy the link like I did, and then File from our toolbar. Click on File, Load from Cloud, and if you've done it correctly, you see this box right here will have that the string. It'll have that same string in it right here. The link will be right in here. Okay, you can see how it ends in 8EF, same up here, and then just load it. So now it'll be on your screen, okay? It'll be on your screen. Okay? So first of all, let me make sure. Okay, you got it. Now the next step. I'm not into races anymore, Wolfhand. You know, but however, if you want a race, I used to run. I still have a race here, but I'm not into the races anymore. I got more into the, my real time. What's happening here? Okay. So if you do click here, these are two races that I'm sharing. This is the race I used to run. I'm just more into the real time alerts again. It's that simple. Nothing wrong with races, but I did like it for a while, but I just prefer to see my real time alerts. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. I think I've lost the room here, the main room. I don't know why, but I think I've lost it. All right, there you are. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally did something. So you guys should be able to hear me again in the main room. And I'll just get the screen sharing going again. Sorry about that. Not sure what I did. I must have clicked on something. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. And I think what I'll also do is make sure the audio is good. And I'll do this little, so you're going to lose my audio just for 5 seconds. Okay. So everything should be back. Okay. So via Perry, I think before I accidentally shut down the room, we were going over this. And so now you've got this on your screen. And this is for anybody else. Okay. I demonstrated how you can load any of my links that you'll find on my homepage, how you'll get them onto your screen. Now, the next step is to make sure you save them to the cloud. Anything you do, save to the cloud. Okay. Look at Gamble now, guys, JMBL. Anything you do, save to the cloud. So and this is what I mean, if you right click, save or share to cloud. Save it to the cloud. Save. So now it's in your cloud. The next step is if you maybe take a few more of my scans or create your own scans. Maybe you start creating some charts. And the idea is to create a layout for yourself. If you create a layout that you like, next step then is file, save or share to cloud. a file from our toolbar, save or share to cloud, click on entire layout, give it a name, okay? My first layout, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Okay? Once you've saved everything to the cloud, there's no chance that, you'll a lot of people, if they don't save something to the cloud and they say, "Hey man, I can't find something that you showed us last week. I had it on my screen, but I forgot to save it." If you save everything to the cloud, it'll always be there. The other huge reason to save things to the cloud, give me a moment. So my UP is not working. I took myself out of that trade, guys. I took myself out of the UP. I took a small loss. Well, I took my manageable loss on the UP. Um, Saving things to the cloud. So I operate this room right now. I have a desktop computer, but I've got a couple of laptops. I've got a couple of tablets. You can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have it on as many devices as you want. So, for instance, if you went out and bought a new laptop today, all you have to do then is just download the program, and then you just file load from cloud. And so that's why you save everything to the cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch every time you have a new device. Okay? So save everything to the cloud. Now, for UP, I will look at it again. We had the alert at 334. So I'll stick it up in the 330 level and see if it comes back. Okay. Yeah. In our YouTube room, when I tell people I'm a day trader, they usually brand me as a degenerate. You're right. You're right. It's like you're doing something horrible, or it's gambling. Trading is gambling, guys. All we try to do, I try to do, and what we should all strive to do, though, is like gambling in if you play blackjack. I mean, if anybody understands how to play blackjack, of course it's gambling, but what you try to do is, if you can do it, vary the bet when the cards get a little more in your favor. If you can do a little bit of internal card counting, okay, and that's all we're trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do with trade ideas. Put the odds in my favor when I take a trade. Are they all going to work? Of course not. And how I tend, well, the first thing is, of course, finding stocks that are trading abnormally. And then my next goal is, when I check out, when I click on an alert, I'm checking out to see, well, how much room does it have to move before it hits the next high? And if I feel it has enough room, then, and it's, setting up in maybe some other ways too. If I feel though it has enough room to keep moving before it hits the next high, then I usually take the trade. That doesn't mean it's going to get to that next high. But what I try to do, one of the things I try to do is take chart resistance out of as one reason why something won't keep moving higher or moving lower if I'm wanting to short. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like, I don't know, Pepe, you've had, I don't have any experience. It seems like it is manual, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so DC, I am not 100% sure, okay? Pepe probably knows, but I'll tell you who will know, and that'll be Chris. I don't know if Chris is listening to me, but I'll give you our homepage, and you can ask the question. Again, I don't know if Chris is listening, but if he isn't, or Pepe can't answer you, you can just click on the homepage link and ask that very question. Click on the need help, okay? And ask the question, and just Chris is around. I can see him right there, okay? I do apologize. I really have no experience using Brokers Plus like that. Also, guys, as recommended by Rio, you notice I changed this to support questions. So a lot of the questions, and it's okay, DC, you asked in the general market talk, but we do now have a tab called support questions. So and that's what it's for. Okay, so DC, that probably should have gone into support questions. It's okay. It's okay. You put it in general market talk, but general market talk is, as it's called, general market talk. You want to talk in generally about what the market's doing, perhaps specific stocks only, just talking about a specific stock. And then, but here we have support questions. Okay, support questions. And there you go. So you don't have to go to the homepage. Pepe says it is a manual process. I knew he would know. Pepe knows all. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening here. Any other that NXTP is still pretty strong. There's a GLYC. Somebody said it had an upgrade today. Yeah, $12 upgrade by Capital One. Price target $12. Why not? Well, you can go to the homepage and you can request it, or go to support. You want to request it. No idea if and when it'll be done, but you can always request it. Okay, guys, let's see, it's 10:55, so another hour or so for me, then I'll be taking my break and watching UP come back. So this is what I've done. I'd say I took a loss on the UP, but I may get back in. I got into that RKLB, but I'm out of it, and I got back into the ARBK, and I have no idea where it's going. News halt for Seadrill. Ooh, that's a big stock now. Oh, I remember this was in the tank here. So Seadrill, okay, so a news haul for Seadrill. LDTC, what is this? This is an IPO today, maybe? I don't recognize this one. So this is an IPO today, or is so this what okay, so this was a SPAC turned into LDTC. You can see it started trading, so it's not an IPO, a typical IPO. It was a SPAC turned into LDTC, was trading in the pre-market, and now it is zipped up here. Ooh, I think CarMax now. KMX just took out yesterday's low, or is that yet? It is at yesterday's low. CarMax is at yesterday's low. It was an earnings play yesterday, and actually, I was wrong. I mean, it's still positive for the day, but it sold off all day. It sold off basically all day. A little pop at the end, I guess. So it was still up for the day, and now it is just at yesterday's low. So the next low looking left underneath is around $2.50 away, I guess. So I'm kind of in scalp mode right now, guys, not on purpose, but just what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing a lot of, I'm sure there are things that are following through, just not the stuff that I see in a big, big way. So now the market is taking a bit of a red candle here now. So, it depends on what you're in. It could be affected by this candle. Depends what you're in. Now, I actually wish this NXTP was shortable. The reason I kind of wish it was, if you take a look at it now, and I'm not, if you guys are in it, I don't want it to move down on you, but if you look at it now, look at these three topping tails in a row now, pretty big topping tails in a row. So this can give you a bit of a clue. What do the topping tails mean? Well, at one point for NXTP, this 10-15 50-minute candle, buyers got it up to 362, sellers knocked it down to 323. Buyers got the next candle up to 381. Sellers knocked it down to 312, big drops. Buyers tried again, got it up to 366. This candle has not closed. Well, this It's just, well, this is just starting. So new candle just starting. So you can see that three successive candles in a row, the buyers kept trying to move it higher, sellers kept knocking it down. At some point, the buyers may give up for a while, okay, and say, okay, sellers, you got it. Unfortunately, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, this could turn right around. This could turn right around and move higher, but it's pretty significant the way I read charts anyway. Three big topping tails in a row. Come on, give me one more little pop for the ARBK. Again, we look left, and I'm not saying it's getting to 423, but that is the next high in the monthly chart. You can see the same thing. We had a couple of the difference if you look at the ARBK chart and you look at the other one. Yeah, we had two topping tails in a row, but we also had a bottoming tail. The buyers tried or sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers closed it here, so it's not quite the same as the NXTP. So Pepe, what was your minimum in the custom filter that it had to? Yeah, you had to when you looked left. What was the minimum dollar amount? 25 cents. Okay. Whoa, Rocket Lab, we're right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but it is right back up. All right, guys, I'm looking to get one more kick out of up. We got up to 330. That's kind of my area of interest if it gets up to the 330 mark. And then up meaning UP. So in the abnormal option activity scan, just to give you an idea what it's looking for, has to be at least 500 contracts sold, and that would have to represent at least 150% of normal, one and a half times normal. Okay, so so you can see that this just kind of snuck in terms of the number of contracts, 650, but that is 5.2 times normal. That is the UP. So All right, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a little 340 action from ARBK and see if it can get back up there. I had a price alert, and there we go. It's up due. Private aviation services, okay? Okay, guys, I have just taken some off. I was waiting for a break into the 340s. I've just taken some off. Okay, you don't have to do the same. Again, looking left, I'm not at all saying it's going to get up to 423, but that's the next high I see on the monthly. Look at a weekly chart. Yeah, I can't see it on the weekly. That's why I look at a monthly. I don't want to do this constantly. So, but can you understand now why I like this? I got into this and did okay the first time, and then it came right back down. And then I said, use it like a watch list. I mean, I didn't know it was going to do this, but man, oh man, look at this. I mean, I got in around just around 320 the second time. So that was my key. This is making my trading so much easier. I'm not getting in some of the ones that are rocket ships unless they show up here, but makes it a lot easier for me just to focus on just a really low number of stocks all day long. Now, if you're looking for a lot of action all day long and you find it boring, I understand that. You can take a look at the momentum scan, but if you're new to trading and you get overwhelmed by not knowing what to look at, this is probably as good a start. No, not at all. It depends on what sort of how active a trader you want to be, Wolfhound. Okay. I mean, this is it, right? Three. Okay. But if you want to be a more active, I mean, there's some great alerts here too in the momentum and just on its own option activity. Okay. But it all depends on, how active you really want to be. I mean, there are, I will look at this. I'll certainly keep looking at this one, the momentum scan and the options activity scan on its own. These are the ones that have shown up just on its own without the combo. Remember, this is a combination. This is a combination. This right here is just all this is just taking symbols that showed up in this scan here, this breakout. There's nothing in the breakdown. And if there's anything common in the breakout and in the option activity scan, it's going to show up here. That's all this is doing. And again, Pepe put it together a while ago. This makes it easier as opposed to having to scan to see, well, what stocks are the same in these two scans? These are different scans. So this just consolidates it kind of, okay? But I mean, there are probably some really good ones here. They don't all have to be on a 10-day daily breakout also. So it's up to you. It's really up to you. But between you and me, if I weren't doing this is probably, yeah, I'd probably just look at this all day long, every single day, and figure out a way to trade them. It's on my webpage. Yeah, Tim, on my webpage. Okay, it's on my webpage. Yes. If you got my homepage, just scroll down and you'll find it. I'll put the link in again. Oops. Okay, so there's my homepage. Okay, guys, there's my homepage. If you have any questions in our YouTube room, how to find the scan. So there's the homepage. Let me put it here also. Here's my homepage. Click on the link. You'll be at the top. Just scroll down until you see that center section. These are my scans, and this is the scan I'm talking about. Okay, a normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. That's the scan I'm talking about. How you trade them will be up to you. Up to you. Okay. They don't ask me where your stock should be or where you should get in. How you have to have a trading plan of your own. When I get the alert, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I'm looking to see, okay, how much room does it have? When I look left, how much room does it have? Just because I get it, just because it's my favorite scan, doesn't mean every single alert is going to be great. So I always have to check left to see where could it stall. Well, all you have to do soon is take every alert we get, and put it into a symbol list, and create a symbol list with it, and then follow them, for as long as you want. You know how to do that? Or here's what you can do. Real simple. You can create a symbol list. You know how to create a symbol list? Number one. Look at ARBK. Wow. You know how to create a symbol list? Wow. This is really ripping now, guys. I don't think there's any specific news for it. I think it's a crypto play. So this is what you can do though on the fly. You can create a symbol list, call it whatever you want, Pepe scans, and then you right click and send, and then a little box will pop up, symbol lists, and just pick the symbol list you want it to go into. If you don't have too many, you'll see it immediately, and you can just send it immediately to a symbol list that you create. If you want to follow those alerts for, I don't know, a week or so, right? Makes sense. And then make sure, of course, that now you have to how you're going to monitor it is another is another you're either going to create a top list window, or maybe even this window, and just put them in. Just right click. Is this going to be right here? Symbol list, yeah. So you could actually use this scan. Then you could use this scan and then attach that symbol list to it if you wanted to, or a top list, or however you want to monitor it. You just have to then attach the symbol list to it. Well, backtest historical scanning is just telling you what alerts happened, okay, over the last, well, I guess we can go back 30 or 60 days. I'm not sure how many days you can go back. So I can go back if I want to do a historical on this one. I right click, and this is all it's going to do is just show, well, this, son of a gun. Oh well, shouldn't have done it. I should have duplicated, but history, so I can find the history yesterday. Okay, there's going to be a ton in here. I can pick a time frame. It's just going to show me the alerts. Okay, that's all it's going to do. It's just going to show me, well, what happened. Back testing. Let me get back here. I don't back test. Okay, I don't back test at all. But back testing is now taking what you think might be a good strategy and saying, okay, if I took every single alert that happened over, now the max you can go is 63 days. Okay, what would have happened if I took every single alert over the last 63 days? Now, you wouldn't want to do it in this one because there's just like, it's not back to, I don't back test at all. Okay. I don't really, I just want to see the alerts. But if you really want to get into back testing, you can go to the guide. But I mean, this is what you would do. You'd have a strategy that you think, I wonder if this one is good. And then you would back test the strategy. Okay. You pick a start time, an end time. You're going to have a timed exit. I'm not going to go over all this. Okay. I mean, this is all in the guide. I don't do this at all. But if I want right now, just say, okay, let's just simulate the buy for fun. I mean, there's going to be a million of them. Yeah, 1,400 trades. I don't know what time period it is, but and so at this point, this is an equity curve. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but now this is where you can get into the optimization. You can look at this. Okay, was there a price that was a lot better, like a price range that was a lot better? Was there a time of day that I should be doing this as opposed to right off the bat? Maybe there's a time of day. This is why back testing is a very it's painstaking. You've got to have a lot of time. You've got to really want to do it. And I used to do it, but I don't do it anymore. I don't care about back testing, but some of our customers do it. Okay. And there's a lot. Here's look at all the filters. You can start getting crazy with all these filters that you can start adding in. That's in essence what our AI goes through. Excuse me. Okay, but you can see how I mean how much time it would take, because something that you might even get something that you back test and you get down to a manageable number of trades, maybe a decent average winner to loser, your strategy return maybe gets to be decent, but then you know what? A couple days later, it may look bad again. So you got to go back through the process of tweaking your alerts, maybe your time period, your volume. Maybe there's a volume. Sorry, maybe there's a volume. Or maybe there's a price point. So I've talked about price point, time of day, volume that you should be looking at. You can see that you can go. Some people love it. if you've got the time, it's kind of fun to do. I have no time. But it's also all that is in our guide. Okay, so if you go to the guide, so if you click on my homepage again, and you click on my homepage again, go to the education section and click on the user guide, and then you will see, what is it, backtesting. Okay, some videos are here. Okay, okay, so UP is just not. I'm not interested anymore. It's just a little too choppy. I was hoping that when it got back into that 330 mark, it might have a bit of a run. I mean, I like how much. I know the next high is 358. It's not too. I mean, from 330 to 358, if it could get there, would be great. I was looking more up here though, 420 on the weekly. It may still trigger later on for me, so I'll reset my alert 331. But you can see what happened. I got there and it immediately dropped. Okay, guys. Poll. Remember poll, POL. This was from a couple of days ago. Yeah, big move a couple of days ago, up to 1084. Did it get halted? It did get halted, yes. So that's what traders are going to be looking at, guys. This high that it happened 2 days ago. Could it get no, well, could it get there, or could it get close, even to right here, 750? I didn't see it. I actually didn't even see it. I see the halt now. I think we're going to get halted again. Yeah, that just got halted again, guys. I could tell it was getting halted because the bid ask was stuck at 591, 592. And on stock like this, there's no way the spread would only be a penny. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. I think a couple of days ago there may have been some, and then they got snapped up. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Sometimes nothing moves. This is again, this blue screen you see here, this is time and sales, Interactive Brokers. There's the stock, BOL, the halt price at 591. Typically, this will not be the same as the halt price, but we'll see what happens. Okay, guys, remember I was talking about the NXTP? I just wish it had been shortable for me, but the NXTP and what it was doing. See all these. Now, does this happen every single time? Of course not. But these are good clues when you look at a 15-minute chart or any chart, I suppose, and you see three big topping tails, in a row like that. That is a pretty big clue that it may have run its course for a while anyway. And you can see, it now has. I just wish it had been shortable for me. But it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And the other thing I can add, man, is that backtesting is a premium service. Okay, so you have to have a premium account or a premium account subscription in order to backtest. Now, I think we give you 10 to start. Just so you get a taste of it. 10 is, of course, not going to be enough, but that gives you a taste of it. But you have to have a premium service if you do want to get into backtesting. H-gas. I don't think I've seen this one before. H-gas. This is halted. Looks like this was another, maybe was this another SPAC? You can usually tell because if it starts trading for the first time in the pre-market, usually that means it was a SPAC, a business combination that turned into HGAS today. Look at these Bitcoin plays, guys, or crypto plays. So we look at them all. SDAG, of course, they are the NE, the ARBK, all crypto plays. Thank you, Casa. So it was Dune yesterday. I remember Dune yesterday, and it became HGAS today. All right, I see that poll resumed. Okay, guys, I can breathe easily. Again, I don't do this often. I really don't. And you probably know what I'm talking about. Okay. Well, I can tell you. I know it's slightly delayed, William, but I can tell you what it's doing. Is your provider still not able to give you? Must be some other website you can go to. Yeah, unless you're, super, super keen about, getting into back testing, there's no, then, and if you don't care about our AI, then yeah, the standard service is great. I mean, I know I'm a little delayed. I mean, I'm looking at the Bitcoin price in IB. I know I'm on a slight delay, but I see 43,000, about 43,700 down 83. That's what I see. I know it's a little delayed. Wow. I'm not in it anymore, guys. This was a wild one. I don't normally do. Uh, but I got in at the halt just before, well, right at where when it was halting, and I was going, "Oh, all right, what's going to happen?" So luckily, I got out. Only because of this. Okay, only because 2 days ago it got up to this level. I'm thinking, okay, a lot of traders are going to look at this level and say, well, maybe it'll get, maybe not even close, but even if it went a dollar. Okay, guys, as I'm set to take my break, I'm out of everything. I'm out of the RBK. I'm out of everything. It's going to confirm it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room in about half an hour before I take my break. Okay. All right. Confirmation. It will be Andy in our YouTube room in about 26 minutes at noon Eastern while I take my break. Now, I'm not going to completely give up on the up. It may happen later on in the day. It may be a little more market dependent. I don't know, but it may happen later on. So I'll reset my alert. But actually, I've got it at 332 for up. I just lumped them all together. Okay, blockchain, crypto. I just lumped them all together. I know there's a difference. I know there is a difference, but I just kind of lumped them all together. This is the first. No, I think this is the first one in the 10-day daily breakdown. JYD. This is a nutty one. I won't even attempt to do this one. This is a short opportunity. 23,000 shares, and Interactive Brokers, China stock, but I'm just not even gonna touch it. Yeah, this is actually pretty good, isn't it? IREN, the big mover from yesterday, above yesterday's high now. Very choppy though. Look how choppy it is on the 15-minute chart. Really hard to for me to look at this and think I can trade it. Thoughts on Neste? The only thought is I know it's in the crypto universe. It was up here. Low float, 7.2 million in the float. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 845. So it's fairly close for that sort of a float. If it can get through that, then the next high is around 9. But I mean, it's already pretty extended right now. So I should point this out. Yes, I'm a momentum trader. Yes, I want to see stocks near the highs of the day or lows of the day if I'm going to short them. If you are more of a pullback player, it doesn't mean you should disregard these. Okay. What you can start to do, because even as a pullback player, you should be looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So, for instance, on the SDIG, you might say, well, I don't want to chase it right now. But what if it, VWAP's kind of far, but maybe a moving average that you like. Maybe it can pull back to a moving average that you like. The VWAP was a little bit closer. I mean, 761 might be too steep a pullback, but maybe not. Maybe that's what you don't mind. So you put a price alert in an area in which you like to see it pull back to. And if it does pull back, you'll get the alert. So you can still use these even if you are more of a pullback type trader, because at least it'll show you the stocks that are that are trading abnormally, which in my opinion is what you want to be able to see. And there you go. Look at the NXTP. The NXTP is the VWAP is at 270. So look what it got to, 273. Will hold and give us another move in it. I don't know. Did he say he was going to hold it overnight? The Grom? I can't remember anymore. Well, I guess I should have shorted this JYD. Funny, there's been some short covering. There's now 45,000 shares available, and at Interactive Brokers, there were 23 before. So now there's been some short covering. Yes, CAN is also Bitcoin related. CAN is right up there. Yeah, it is never. It's been an option. It's been in the option scanner quite a bit, but then hmm, ah, it's a relative volume. I was wondering, well, why isn't it showing up in the combo? So the minimum has to be, if you've got this one, it has to be 8. I also have another one with a slight variation where the relative volume only has to be 6. Okay. but you can see the relative volume is 4. So that's why it's not showing up. Yeah, you could reduce it to 4 or 3, whatever you want to do. Just remember, you'll get a lot more alerts. They may not be all the alerts you may not want to see though. That's the problem always. There's always a bit of give and take when you create a scan, and you get upset because man, how come I didn't see this one as an example? Okay, and all you'd have to do is adjust your scan, maybe reduce the volume, maybe reduce the relative volume, maybe reduce something, and yes, you will get to see something that you feel you missed, but you may get 10 others that you don't want to see, and it might just get overwhelming, if that makes sense. And here's another one, doesn't trade options, 26, well, very few. PNNT, very few. Oh, I'm glad I got out of the ARB K. So the UP is still kind of teasing me a bit. Just give me a moment, okay? I'll be right back. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. I'm back for about 10 minutes. Jamie, Andy will take over for me in about 10 minutes from now. All right, guys, let's see. Trying to see if there's anything else that is, I'm still kind of holding out up or holding out, yeah, maybe for the up at the end of the day. I see Tilray here. I don't like the cannabis plays, but let's take a look at Tilray, TLRY, through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, look at that float, 726 million in the float. I don't know what's going on. Tilray's Chowie Wowie launches a new weed chocolate just in time for the holidays. That's what we need for the holidays. New weed chocolates. Why not? Chowie Wowie. You know that there was a board meeting and they were sitting around trying to figure out what are we going to call this thing? And that's what they came up with. Not bad, actually, I guess. Chowie Wowie. I guess. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Andy will be here in about 10 minutes in the YouTube room. So I'll put the YouTube link in. I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube while I take my break between 12 and 1. The reason being is that works out perfectly. We've got 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders that take over for me in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. Okay. Andy and Steve, Thursday and Friday, they're way more swing trading. Michael Noss on Tuesday. Chris is more of probably a combination when he can trade. And Jamie is definitely a day trader. Okay. Scalper Supremus. Yeah, I wonder what it costs. Chowie wowie. Again, sitting around. What are we going to call this thing, gentlemen? Let's get our marketing group in here, our team in here, and throw around some ideas. Let's hash around some ideas. Yeah, Steve will love this, guy. Steve is in this one, this beat. He's got a lot of faith in this, whatever they do. He actually is sold on whatever they actually do. I think he's been in it for a long time. This is beat. Well, this is more of a field play for him. Right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, I'll put my announcement in. I'm not gone yet, but I'll just put it in. I'll put it in. And I'll just wait for Andy to show up. Yeah, look at that big blue line on the daily chart for beat. That's that 200-day moving average. Now, I stopped watching Nike. Didn't think it would be too dynamic. So let's see, but I'll take a look now. Speaking of the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just not interesting to me. 200-day moving average still around 110. The VWAP's at 109.27. So it's just sort of hanging a little bit above the VWAP. So this one has been so active. This Riley Z, okay, RILYZ, okay, been very, very active. Can see that it started really its downturn this week of November the 6th. And for the last few weeks, it's just been kind of hanging tough. But now today, or this week, it is starting to move down again. All-time low, basically an all-time low. And there's the beat, guys. A beat probably. Yeah, it's not an option. That's why I was wondering why isn't it showing up in the option in the combo scan. Certainly, it's a 10-day high, but it doesn't trade options. Zero options, so it's not optionable. All right, guys. All I'm really watching right now is the up. I just want to see if it get later on in the day, if it can get back into say the 330s. It does have some room if it does. And other than that, really not watching too much more. And when I say watching, all I'm doing is I'm just sticking a price alert. I'm not staring at the chart or anything. Just have to put a price alert. This is shortable also. 1.9 million shares at Interactive Brokers for PNNT. some big topping tails here. Yeah, so no new alerts in the last couple of minutes. That last one was beat 11:55. We already went over that one yesterday, Jungle Jim. Come on, Irene. Yeah. Dexy's, what was it? Dexy's Midnight something or other. Very choppy day on the SPY too, guys. Now it has turned into a choppy day. We had a beautiful move starting at there's Andy. There's Andy. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Andy, I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room. So, guys, Andy is in the YouTube room right now. So I'll put myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys at around 1 o'clock. And now I can welcome Mr. Andy himself. How you doing?
Hey, Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I know you don't follow it at all, but my little wonder scan is producing. So that's all I look at now. Only about 3 or 4 stocks a day.
Ah.
That's it.
Nice. No, that's good.
It is good.
It's a good thing to be focused on something like that,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And they can set up at different times also. So it's not just, if you miss it the first time, well, that's over. So that's what I like about it. They're just trading abnormally. I mean, that's the whole idea. They're very abnormal in terms of option volume and volume. So that's what keeps them going most of the day, in terms of being, interesting to look at.
Interesting.
And that's
it.
Yeah. So what are you doing now? I guess. Oh no, it's New Year's Day. When's the big game? When's Texas? When's Texas playing?
When is that? I think they do it like it's not New Year's Day. It's before.
No, that's right. It's the week after,
so it's usually like the 31st or maybe the 30th. I hadn't even looked, Barry.
Oh, really? I thought it's before.
I'm so angry with college football right now. I can't even stand it.
Because Florida didn't get in.
No, just because the way it's going with basically free agency. You got 3,000 people in transfer. Teams are just shuffling. You don't know who's going to be here the next year. Who's coming? It just drives me crazy. It's like they ruined.
At least they're making money now. The kids are making money like they probably should have been.
No, I agree. But they're holding teams hostage. They're going out for the. Well, here's a good example.
Here we go. Sports Talk Radio coming at you from Trade Ideas.
The Manning kid that plays backup quarterback. Arch Manning plays backup quarterback for Texas.
Yeah.
Made $3.5 million last year or this year. Brock Purdy, who's probably going to win the MVP in the NFL, he only made $872. Now he made more on his commercials if he's doing anything, but his salary was like $879,000. So it's just like it's pretty wacky right now.
Well, having a last name of Manning, that's going to help, obviously. And as long as Mr. Purdy keeps playing well, he'll be in for a huge contract down the road. So I guess
there you go.
There's no question. Yep. I think that's an amazing story, though, isn't it? I mean, what do they call the guy in the last, not the forgotten man, but the last pick in the draft?
Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. Irrelevant, exactly. Yeah. Wow.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, let's not be Mr. Irrelevant, okay? Let's do some relevant things and trade ideas for next year, okay?
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure.
Okay,
Take
well,
your
listen,
break,
Andy, if
Gary. Enjoy
I'm
your
probably,
break.
yeah, and well, I'll wish you Merry Christmas when I come back. So,
Okay.
okay, I'll have my
All
break
right,
right
buddy.
now.
Take
Thanks.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. uh, let's talk market. Let's talk software. If anybody has any questions about the software, we can dive into that. Uh, other than that, we can talk stocks. I kind of had a give back day, a little bit of a give back day because I was in a bunch of China stuff overnight, and then they all look so beautiful. And luckily, I sold half of most everything I had yesterday because it's always dangerous. But yeah, that news on Tencent that came out really made the morning kind of tough. But anyway, not too bad, all things considering. And shot is really disappointing me. Gosh dang it. I'm kind of took a stance on this one. I don't know. I kind of believe in that product, but not liking the way it's traded the last couple of days. Anyway, see if it can hold on to this 10 period moving average, or I may have to reevaluate that one. I've scalped out some, but hi Shaw. Happy everything. There you go, buddy. Happy everything. But kind of keeping an eye on this NCL. It's like if it can take out this 215, I think it could have a really nice move into it. And the reason I say it's just because I'm sure a lot of people got illegally short. In other words, they didn't have the share size in this move. And I think if it does get above that level, you'd have a lot of short covering going on, just taking their profits. We'll see what happens. Anything that's spreading this thing with the what 1.2 million in the float. I'm assuming that's right. All right. Let's see. I'm struggling to understand your advice on VWAP. You said yesterday looking for it to be pretty close or above. Well, I guess what I'm saying is if I'm looking to uh, personally, you know how I am. I don't like to chase stocks. All right. So what I told you, Peter, is you asked me, when would I like to buy, around the VWAP or in relative in relationship to the VWAP. Me personally, I would like to buy it somewhere close to the VWAP. So, in other words, if I had an anchored VWAP, let's put one in here. Is it under? No, not anchored VWAP. I don't know why I said anchored VWAP. Let's put a VWAP in there. We'll just go with black. Add, close. All right. So right now this stock is trading. You can see the black line. His anchored VWAP is right around 191. So me personally, I would like to buy it in a not too far away from that VWAP. Okay. Now, if it's a momentum stock and it's doing crazy volume and I'm day trading, yes, I could probably, stand to chase something 2 or 3% above its VWAP. But if I'm doing, especially what I'm doing, swing trading, I would like to be close to the, VWAP on an entry, not just chasing something way out of control. So I hope that makes sense. So all you got to do is look at it on a chart. You can put it as a column, in your, so in other words, if you see an alert come through, I think I told you yesterday, put your change from VWAP as a column so you can look down here. If you're not good at eyeballing it and giving it, shoot, I'm not gonna get this thing. Giving it a, let's see if I got it. I was bidding it. Nope. Let me adjust it here. All right. So to answer your question there, me personally, I want to get it, close to the VWAP. Now, if it's a breakout, okay, I probably just got hit on this thing. Let me check. Hold on just a minute there. Okay, I did. I picked up a little bit at 96 on that NCL. Little volume coming in. So Peter, yeah, I hope that explains to you. It explains it better for you. It's just all you have to do is look at an anchored VWAP up on a chart. And if I'm playing even a momentum, excuse me, I can't talk today. Momentum stock, maybe if it just kind of like right then, I bid in, close to that VWAP. It came back and it hit me versus chasing it up here at 210, 211. There's no, obviously with a momentum stock like this, if it does get above that 215 level, it could take off. So if you're day trading and momentum trading, I think it's less important, to get it close to that VWAP. But if I'm swing trading or looking for a trade that I might hold for a few days, I kind of like what I call a setup. Something that's kind of tight, setting up, and typically it's going to be probably close to that VWAP. I don't use VWAP. I use moving averages more, but same principle would apply to moving averages. Well, here's what happens a lot of time. I buy them in my account, and by the time I get over here, I can't buy them in my little. I have to get them higher, much higher, in my little brokerage plus simulator. But not huge size, but this thing has a ten. It's pretty nasty with just 1 million shares, so it might go. It might not. You're welcome, Peter. All right, Andy, which trade the pool program good or best to start with, in your opinion? Someone has experience, but not a lot. If you're new to trading, Sean, I would just go with the basic one. I think it's what, like $99 or something like that. I have to go back and look. I haven't looked in a while, but because I think you can just, by proving your uh, success over time, you can kind of upgrade to other programs as you go. So I wouldn't, if you're new to trading, I wouldn't invest a lot of money at first. I would just go with the basic, start. And that's a great price at $99. More people ought to look into that, and because, gosh, I wish they had something like that when I was around. But yeah, it's a great program. But Shaw, like I said, it's based on your experience. Uh, I haven't done it yet just because I really don't have a whole lot of time to day trade. But and I know you can swing trade a little bit, a certain portion of your account, but it's not enough for me. Peter, why are so many back tests I or Barry try almost always deeply negative? Uh, Peter, I'll tell you this, okay? I've back tested, gosh, man, probably over 5,000 times. And I have found, if you're day trading is so hard now, that probably wasn't the case before you had the influx of high frequency trading. I think the algos just really mess things up, as far as trying to, create strategies that will backtest well intraday. Uh, it's very difficult, and I've put together some, but they don't last over time. They'll perform really great for about a couple of weeks, and then they go to crap. Uh, Swing trading is a different story. I'm able to, put together some pretty good. Now I haven't done it in a while because I've always been more of a discretionary trader, looking at charts and kind of deciding what I want to trade, but visually instead of you know back test. But that doesn't mean I do create strategies and I use scans. I look at scans, but I don't want it automated. I don't want some automation controlling my entry and exit. I would rather do that on my own. Hi, Christine. Merry Christmas to you too. I'm long HLIT. That's a pretty good stock to be long. It's been on my list for the last couple of days. I don't think I put it in here today because it got a little bit extended for me. I didn't want to chase more, and you can see why, but it was on my list, I think, the last couple of days. Not sure where your entry is. Let's see, but notice it's no longer on the trade. Yes, yes, it is an uptrend, but what I look for is setups. Okay, I'm looking for setups that stocks. Let me think of an example of a setup on here. Upwink was kind of a example, but it hasn't triggered yet. I'm looking for a break. I'm looking for things that have pulled back, maybe setting up for like a break above. That's the kind of entries I want. And you can see I have a price alert, but just never triggered today. I think Path was on the list again today, just because once again, I don't want to chase, breakouts. But this, if it takes out yesterday's high, you can see I have an alert in there. Could be worth a gamble. I shouldn't use that term gamble. That's horrible. But so you can see I'm looking for more setups, and that's why it wasn't on the list. Now, that being said, it's still a very bullish chart. It's just getting tired. Let me pull it up again here if I can talk. Yeah, it's you can see that's a kind of what we call a topping tail. It got close to its 200-day moving average. That doesn't mean it can't get going and still take out this high. It's just a lot of time this can depict a kind of a tiring stock. You got sellers who are taking profits, may have been in around 11. They got a nice, geez, what, almost say 15% gain. They're just taking profits in it. And that doesn't mean, I think this 12 is probably a nice support level. So for me, I don't know how long you've been in it, but typically what I would do is not want to see a bar reversal. In other words, take out yesterday's low, because if it does that, there's a good chance it's going to continue over maybe a couple of days and meet up with this 10-period moving average. And a lot of times what I'll do when I see something like this, I'll say, hey, if this thing pulls back, I may want to jump in. So I'll just stick an alert in there, wait for it to go off, and then see how it is compared to its 10-period moving average. But it's hard to say if the uptrend is over, to answer your question, because, you know, and a lot of that is subjective. So in other words, if you're like me and you're kind of a swing scalper, you look for a setup and you take 2 or 3 days. And if I see a bar reversal, for me, sometimes that uptrend may be over, but maybe it just pulls back for 3 days, catches this 10 period, and over time, this is why I say it's subjective. Over time, it catches that 10 period and resumes its uptrend. It's kind of like I've been in path for a very, very long time, because I'm not playing this as a now I've sold some, bought more on pullbacks, and this is why my average price is higher now, but I've been in it since uh I think my original was 1835 or something like that, my original position. So this one I'm playing over a long term. So to me, this uptrend has not really broken yet. Let me put on alertness. Uh, NCL. Yeah, I want to know if it pulls back. This is totally an anticipatory trade, I think Barry calls them. All right. 1221 is your HLIT entry. Well, that's okay. You're about flat. You had a little nice little pop yesterday. I don't know if you didn't take any off or anything like that, but typically that's what I'll do. If I get a nice little 8-10% move, I'll bang some out. But okay, you're still up on the trade, basically flat, but I don't know. Like I said, a lot of trading is subjective, especially when it comes to swing trading, investing. Some people in this case, so you might want to zoom out. Okay, you do have a nice little gap there. I'm a little bit concerned of that gap down, but it's been over time. If this was only a month ago, that would really concern me. But gosh, you've had 5-6 months here of trading, and it's trying to dig out. Uh, yeah, I can't tell you, obviously what to do. I can just tell you what I would do. And, maybe on a bar reversal, there's nothing wrong, for me personally. If something doesn't do what I expect it to do, would be to get out, and then all I can always get back in. So in other words, when it does do a bar reversal, sometimes you get a lot of longs that immediately will punch out on the bar reversal, and it could drive the price down, maybe to 1170 or something like that. So, like I said, a lot of it's subjective. Some people may play small size and look for and give it a wiggle and jiggle, and just stay in it, over time until maybe it breaks down below key moving averages. Some people are looking for immediate gratification, and they, if it fails from where they entered and breaks down, they'll get out. All right. Yeah, shot. You better hold on to that 10-period moving average. I got too much of you. It's no volume. I'm thinking you will, but who knows? All right. See, Peter, when it comes to moving average, what select in single stock window? I just use moving averages on charts. I like to look at charts. So I don't I don't really need it displayed in my, what the exact number is. I can look at a chart and see, uh, where the moving average. Speaking of that VWAP, you can see this SDRL right here. See if somebody didn't chase right here and they let it come back to that VWAP, very much what I was talking about earlier, Peter. You can see that would have been a nice little place to bid in. Uh, would have went below you a little bit, but still holding on, closing above that anchor. Keep calling it anchor VWAP, the VWAP there. Christine, I would check it. I usually drop it up in there 30 minutes before the bell, and take a look at stocks, and I also do a video. I don't know if you watch the video where I'll highlight about 3 or 4 stocks, sometimes 5. Uh, trying to think what was on there today that I liked. This WRB, I think, was on there, and that's because I like the way it came down and tagged this 50 period moving average. So this is one that has really pulled back from recent, I think maybe close to all time highs, and it's pulled back to its 50 period moving average. So something, and I mentioned in the video, when I take a trade like this, and I did not take this trade, but if I do, this is a nice little setup, and uh, what I do is I use this low of this bar as my stop. Okay, so because if it doesn't hold that, it's not holding the 50 period moving average, and the thing could come back down, to 67 or something like that. So trying to think, I think LFMD was on there today. I like the way this was setting up. Now it opened up and had a nice drive. It is pulling back, kind of like a lot of things are today. Trying to think what else was on there. I think I had Microsoft, and it's just a dead day. There's nothing really going. And the market is closed at lows actually. Trying to think what else I think I may have highlighted Upwink and Path too. Uh, they just didn't trigger. It's important to watch the trigger. There's lithium going to highs. Seeing some. I'm in this plug, but I don't have it on here. It was one of those that I really didn't have time to buy it in here, but kind of liking this as a bottoming pattern potentially. Let's see, almost lost Ballard Power today. I passed on it. You can see it's. You're welcome. You're welcome, Christine. Yeah, start watching those. Now they get Shantae post them for me, and I think she tries to get it out. She gets it out as early as she can, but sometimes it may be 15 minutes after the bell. But just keep in mind these are swing trades, so if you don't get that first initial push, that's okay. Or uh, but honestly, I wasn't that crazy about today. It just feels like one of those days. You've had a nice run a lot of times throughout the rest of the holidays. It was just kind of hang out here. Gets dead. A lot of people are taking off today, and probably a good portion of next week. So don't be surprised if you don't see a whole lot. Even my man coming back on me. It's a nice looking setup there, but once again, don't know if it's going to do anything. Neo's having a good day today. And I bought some Lee this morning, uh, in pre-market actually, just because I liked where it was coming down, kind of filled the gap, and in pre-market it did. And that's where I bought my initial, and then I added some more at 33.21. Make sure I didn't miss any question. Tim, what is the swing trade watcher window doing? Yeah, these are the ones that I put. You guys can find them in the if you want to see what I'm looking at each morning. Uh, Besides some of the stuff that I'm already in, if you go to the doc channel bar, okay, and you click on the Trader's Eye, TI Trader's Eye, you will see the things that are in my swing watcher. Okay, so you'll see them in a list here. Uh, and you'll also see a race if you want to watch the races in the morning to see which ones are kind of taking off. Also have a single stock window with a news window. So this is where you can go in the morning to see a list. Like I said, I drop these in about 30 minutes before the bell. So just kind of gives you stocks that are, I'm looking for setups and not looking for stocks that are extended. Just looking for stocks that have the potential to, potentially have a nice little uh, pop to them if the setup works. But you got to remember, I'm a swing trader. Okay, I'm not. It's just kind of what I like to do. I'm not one to chase, and I don't mind bottom fishing every now and then if the setup is right. Like that Neo. Let me zoom in. See what this is at. Yep, you're right at your 10 period moving average. Actually, it's 411. It depends, Tim. Sometimes I hold like that path I've been in for a very long time. It's been a really good trade for me. I've taken some profits. I think I bought it back on this bar reversal after that nice little hammer there. I bought some more, uh, and I don't think I bought any since then. I'm trying to remember, but so in some cases it may be 3 days, sometimes it may be 3 weeks, or as long as it's working for me. This path. Toast is another one I've been in for a very long time. Lithium, I picked the bottom in lithium almost now. I did get stopped out of this, and I'm kind of upset. But you can see on this day right here, I took my profits, and yeah, probably a little bit upset about that, but that's all right. I mean, it was a nice gainer from. I mean, I'm serious. I was in this from like 1278, and scalped out some and held on to my last like 25% until this day right here, and I got stopped out. Oh, the videos are on our Twitter page. Let me pull that up for you. It's going to be right here. You can go ahead and jot that down if you want to, and just look for Trade Ideas LLC, and it's going to be right there. Now, you guys let me know. I probably should get this login from her and start doing them myself, because I know she's busy in the morning and sometimes they may come out late, uh, but I don't want them to come out too late. So I will, as a matter of fact, starting the new year, I'll be on vacation the first week of the year, but I'll take over this and start putting them up in pre-market so you guys can get a you can see me going over the stocks that I'm looking at. Tal was one that had a beautiful look at that beautiful chart coming into today, and then I sold half already. But yeah, there was a lot of just beautiful China stocks, and EDU was another one, and that I was in. Actually, I didn't have much size, and I sold that on the pop up there. But yeah, that was Lee. But the good thing is I sold most of the stuff yesterday. This one is actually I'm not Lee. What's the one I'm looking at? JD. JD is one that I sold half yesterday, but they were just all looking really good. Had a nice green, all had a nice green bar, and then of course, China had that news overnight and got smacked. It's always fun. All right, how do you scan stocks for swing trading? Yeah, let me show you. I have. I'll share this docked window with you as well. I have a window I call iHomework. Okay, and I'm going to show you the ones I like the most. Well, it's really this nice setup. Okay, it's looking for stocks that are setting up on the daily pattern. Now, this one is probably don't care about that. A lot of times you still got to eyeball them, but yeah, when I see an ADR like that, I'm probably gonna not mention it. This one was in there today, but that's kind of an ugly move there. It's better at the end of the day, okay? Because what happens is these symbols will freeze in there. Because I don't very seldom do I look at them during midday. Now, edit was in there. This one is potentially setting up for a good move. No, I take that back. It would not have been in there this morning when I looked. This is one that let's put a little alert, see if it goes off. Yeah, I'll share it with you. Uh, but I'm gonna show you. This one is a nice one. Okay, and a lot of times, what you can do in the morning, you can look at the ones that are uh, from the yesterday, the prior day. These all closed in this setup that I'm looking for. And then what I like to do is also just click on right click and go to time frame and go to live always, and that'll show you the stocks in the morning that may be gapping up or pulling back to a level that makes it a nice setup as well. So I'll look at both of these time frames in the morning, and I'll share this. And some other ones you can look at. This one, This one you can find some nice ones as well. Let me show you what this one is real quick. So let's take a look at this onion. Stock is pulling back, okay, and it is has to be above the 50-day moving average, and it's putting in what I call a setup bar. In other words, a lot of these are going to have a tail on them, and they're going to close kind of close to highs. And what I look for the next day is when they do a bar reversal above this highs, and that's the example I was showing you in that. Oh, what was it? This I found this WRB in this setup as well. Okay, so this one can be a good one. Nice setup is my favorite. These are kind of stocks that are kind of bottoming, that have potential, but I'm not going to call too many of these. They're dangerous because they are in a downtrend. They just look like they're trying to uh, change their trend, and I will find few every now and then, but most of them are going to come from nice setup. This above all major averages, but I have it sorted so it's close to the 10 period moving average. There you go, Peter Smith. Okay, I'm looking for stocks that are close to their 10 period moving average that may have pulled back, Uh, and once again, these are better once the stock closes at the end of the day. That's a nice little setup there. So let me go ahead and share this one. And then I'm going to share one other one with you. Homework, share. Okay, and the other one is called Sweetness. And this one is really good too. This is very similar to Nice Setup with just a few quirks, a little bit different. But let's just pull that up. Let me share it first, and then we'll pull it up. All right, let's just go. This is kind of looking for stocks that look very sweet. Okay, so they're going to be off their 5-day high, but they're going to be setting up. This Intap has been looking good forever, but it just won't go. But one to keep an eye on because, this had earnings and it's been going sideways forever. So look for a move above that uh, nine, what is it, 90.75 or something like that. There's another one. Of course, a lot of stocks. This thing has been so full lately because of the market we have. Now, what I love to see is when we get a pullback in the market, and it will come at some point, and then you find stocks in here, okay? Because those are going to be the stocks that are showing relative strength. So this is a really good one as well. But you're going to see they're going to be all kind of just setting up there, very sweet like. Look at that one. What that thing gets above. But like I said, there's a lot of stocks that are looking like this just because of the market we have. So there's really it's hard for me to go through all these each morning right now because there's so many of them. But it won't always be that way. I can promise you. Sometimes you might find, you know, 3 or 4 in there. Okay, shot. That's enough. You've got to catch that 10 period moving average, buddy. No volume in this thing. They're just bleeding it off. Yeah, mind man, what are you doing? Better catch that fast line there. College, there you go. Barry, Walter Payton. All right, let's take a look around. Man, I can kill myself. This is what I have to learn. This B, and I'm sure some of you guys were in here when I was in this thing around, 395. I mean, I just got to learn to like buy the right kind of size, and I do this sometimes. I did it in lithium. I did it in when I'm bottom fishing. When you're bottom fishing, you can't get aggressive, and that was my problem on this one. I got too much size because I was anticipating it was going to go, and got stopped out. And of course, right here, I could have got back in on a pullback. But anyway, look at this. Now, obviously, it has a lot to do with the sector just going crazy right now. But I'm pretty good at bottom fishing, and I just totally butchered this one. I just need to buy enough size where I can stop out at lows, all-time lows, and just take it off my screen and forget about it. Yeah, Peter, for sure. I'm always looking for uh, increasing and decreasing volume. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons I bought that NCL was I was seeing a little bit of increasing volume in here. You can see it was pretty much dormant except for the open, and then all of a sudden, boom, you had a nice little green bar there. Okay, so I bought it on pullback. Now you got some more volume coming in. So, uh, yes, absolutely. Volume is one of my biggest key indicators. Now, if it gets up here and takes out the 215 level and I don't see any increasing volume, then I'm looking probably to maybe scalp some out quick. Uh, because that's what I want to see. If I'm looking for potential, short covering, uh, people taking their profits going into the holidays, I definitely want to see volume. That's if it can even make it up there, which there's probably a higher chance that it won't, but if it does, it could be a nice, very nice trade. I tell you what, I may even add more of this Lee if it gets above the yesterday's high and that 200-day moving average. What's my plug doing? Is nat gas finally starting to bounce, trying to potentially putting in a bottom pattern there. You have higher lows on this pullback. That's, of course, is Boyle. Let's take a look at UNG. No, to see. Could be. Gosh, I don't know why I was going to put that on my list today and I didn't. I don't think I did. I don't know why I didn't. It's a nice looking chart. See, that's what happens when you have so many, nice setups, the ones you put on there. This is why I like when there's a little less to choose from. All right, that NCL is trying to go to highs, which is 209. I also like to see some increasing volume if it goes through. Okay, Donkey Kong. Yeah, it's kind of yeah. A lot of times when I see these, they kind of have a destiny, and a lot of times I'll just put that price alert right at that 50 period moving average. That doesn't mean it's going to hit it, but uh, I just see them. Another example, a good example is Roku. I think Roku is on my list today. But once again, anytime you see that looming 50 period moving average below, now I'm going to raise this up a little bit there because it could creep higher. It's just once they get in this kind of downtrend and break the 10 and the 20, it's really tough. Just kind of like that WRB that I put in there today, but that did hit the 50, and that's the way I stuck it in there. The reason I'm showing you these is Donkey Kong is kind of the same way. Although, man, I do like the support back over here as well. That's a tough one. It looks good. You do have, it's battling with the 10 period moving average, and then you got the 20. If I would probably put an alert. I don't know if you're in it or not, but I would look for a trade maybe above 36.75 to clear that 20 period moving average. Because even though over the last, several months, it's in an uptrend and it's above its 50 period moving average, which is usually an indicator that it's in an uptrend. But over the last, say, 3 weeks, it's kind of in a downtrend. So you kind of got to let it, clear itself out or see which faction is going to win. Because it's kind of no man's land right now. So I would want some clarity, either back above that 20 period and then or if it were to comes get slammed down here and actually tag the 50, I would definitely look at entering a small portion, size there. All right, I'm gonna load some more of that. Just have it ready so that NCL, just in case it does want to go through that 215 level. Let's see. First Solar looked interesting this morning as well. I got an alert in there. Yeah, if that First Solar can get back above that 172. NEO back to highs. S S&P out, boy, who knows? Who knows? It's an election year, so it'll probably I can't imagine it tanking during an election year, but you never know. It seems like the markets anymore. I don't want to say the word rigged, but they're designed to go higher unless there's a black swan event. And I mean, if you look at our recent dives in the market, it's of course you had the pandemic, dive, which was very short lived, and then you had uh, it's usually a financial crisis like you had in 2000, what 2007, 2008. It's always some sort of crisis, where you when you get the really big sell-offs. And other than that, everything's kind of seems kind of orchestrated and not orchestrated, but uh, just kind of systematic the way it acts and trades, and in the long run, it's just going to go higher. But yeah, I have yeah. If I knew, Peter, I wouldn't be talking to you right now, probably. Hmm, okay. Yeah, there you go. BlackRock can create the black swans. It's funny. It usually is the big power brokers and banks that end up doing it, because they can't control themselves with all their fancy instruments. How do you protect yourself in case something like that happens? Do you have stops in place for every single one of your positions? Well, let's face it, things like that. You had your 87 crash. I mean, crashes are very, very rare, Christine. And if you, uh, you know, usually if you have stops, your feels are gonna be terrible in a crash. But typically, there's signs if you go back and look at the market. And let's just go back to the 20. Let me just go ahead and zoom out on this thing. Hey, Barry.
I'm here. Yeah.
I hear
I'm
you a little
listening.
chirping.
Yeah. Chirping at you. I know you're trying to answer this
Yeah, there you
question
go.
here.
I mean, like, this, big debacle in the market that we had back in 20, that typically there's signs that, where you don't get crushed. And, you know, breaking key moving averages. Anytime you see that in the marketplace, I'm usually thinning out, getting really thin. Uh, maybe a failed bounce like you had right here that hits the 10 period moving average and then rolls over and it starts to go lower. There's that NCL, baby. Let's go, Barry. Let's get.
You're talking about NCL or RCL?
I'm talking about NCL. If it gets above this 215, I think and what I'm saying is
Oh, NCL.
it could be some
Okay.
nice short covering going into the weekend, because I mean, look at the fall from grace it had, Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I saw
I'm in
that.
some from 196. So I'm kind of
NCL.
anticipating, but it's definitely a dice roll. But if it gets
Oh,
through,
yes, this one from yesterday, or
yes,
a couple of days ago.
yeah,
That's right.
exactly.
I thought you were talking about RCL,
Oh,
and take a look at
look at that one.
RCL. Take a look at RCL, and then you explain it to me, please.
Do I look now?
RCL is one of
Good
the three big
Lord.
cruisers.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
and look at it; it's almost at an all-time high. Okay, it's
that's
at
crazy.
90%. Look at CCL. And look how far behind it is to RCL,
Oh,
and also
wow.
look at NCLH. You know, those are the three big cruise lines. But I cannot believe how well Royal Caribbean has done compared to those other two. I just can't believe it.
Yeah.
You know, and they were all dead, of course, during the pandemic. But
Yep.
RCL is just gone crazy over
That
the
is
last,
really
well, not gone
crazy.
crazy. It has been steady, 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 up, up, up,
Yeah.
almost an all-time high. So I, from your way of thinking, how would you look at CCL? I mean, completely and utterly lagging. It had earnings yesterday, I think, and I think it had. I think they actually said they had record revenues for a year.
Oh,
I think they
RCL,
said
let's
that.
see.
But look at it in relation to its all-time high. I mean, it's way, way down. You know, it's 19%.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see.
So I just find it very fascinating to see that it is so behind RCL.
Did you look at their earnings? No, they couldn't have been that bad. They're not getting whacked. Uh,
You mean CCL? No, it had good well, okay, the reaction was good yesterday.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I
in
see.
fact, they said it's something like a record year or something
Wow.
like that. But
Impressive.
yeah, but anyway, I mean, you're bottom fishing. I don't know. I mean, now
No, no,
look,
no. I dig. I like that. If it, you know
it's
what?
come from
Just put an
11
alert.
though.
If it goes back through, I mean, this is what it ran into. I think in today, and if it goes back through that high today, gosh, you got to be all over that.
Hmm. Well,
Uh,
thank me later.
yeah, yeah. I love that. That's a great setup. I'm thinking what happened now is just yeah, people profit taken from this resistance over here. You know, you
Let's
had your
take a
little
look at
wick.
NCLH also. Okay, NCLH, the
Yeah.
other one, and see where it is. And now it's a little bit better than CCL. It's at 24%, in
Yep.
the lifetime range. But the same sort of thing, lagging RCL in a huge way.
Yeah. Huge, man.
Yeah.
Let me take a look here at the. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm looking at their fundamentals here, and it's not that impressive. You know, if you look at the cash versus the debt
Hmm.
ratio, yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
now it looks like to me their earnings, their growth, and their earnings per share may be higher. I have to go back and look at the CCL's earnings, but
Right.
yeah, but if they had record earnings, no, I can see a nice recovery there. Man, takes out that high. I'll be all over that.
All right.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas.
for sure.
If it works. If it works. Okay. Okay, Andy. Well,
All
listen.
right, Barry.
In all seriousness, yeah. Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry
Have a great
Christmas to you
one.
too, and Merry Christmas to everybody out there. Happy New Year if I
Happy
don't see
holidays.
you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
happy
Happy
holidays.
holidays.
Yeah,
Whatever your persuasion is.
exactly, exactly.
And we'll see you
As
next Friday, I guess.
somebody said earlier, Shaw, I think it was happy everything. There you go.
Happy everything.
There you
Exactly.
go.
That'll cover it.
All
Are you
right,
going to be
Barry.
around next Friday, or are you taking next week off?
No, I'm gonna be around next Friday, and then the week after that, I'm going skiing. So,
Okay. Good for
yeah,
you.
so I'll be around. Yeah.
Texas boy skiing. Nice.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Oh
remember I
yeah.
used to live in Salt Lake City for about 3 years.
True.
So
True.
yeah.
True. True.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. So I got plenty of
There's the
skiing to
odd
do.
hill there, isn't there?
Exactly.
Okay,
All
Andy.
right,
Thanks a
Barry.
lot for spelling me.
You bet, buddy. Have a
We'll
good
catch you
one.
next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys. I am. Now, yes, I'm back in both rooms now, guys. Yeah, Andy and I were talking about the comparison of RCL to NCLH and CCL. So I think CCL, I believe. By the way, I want to back this up just a little bit. This is what I think I'm going to do going forward with this momentum scan. Okay, so many of them are going to be in the abnormal option activity scan. So what I'm going to but the real reason I had the momentum scan up is for those stocks that don't trade options, because there are stocks like um, NKTP does not trade options, as an example. Okay, so it would catch these ones. So I think what I've done here is I've put an option filter in here, so a maximum of 500 contracts. Okay, so anything under 499, anything between 0 and 499, it'll show up here. Now you can see right. Come on. See right here, like back, another one, not optionable. You see, it's not optional. You see zero, it's not optionable. However, we may be able to start catching some of the ones that are optionable as they're ramping up before it hits the 500 minimum contract. Okay, if that all makes sense. That's what I'm doing. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. You can do the same thing because I just want to find the ones that aren't optionable or have minimum options here, and we'll because too many of them were the same in both these scans. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. You don't have to do the same thing. No, I'm sorry, not NKTP, NXTP, NXTP. Yeah, it's not optionable, so but does that mean you shouldn't trade it? Of course not. Okay, it's just I'm looking for those stocks that are both optionable and have high relative volume so that they'll be picked up here. But this can be a way just to find the momentum stocks that are not optionable or have very few options under 500 anyway. Most of the ones you see here probably are going to be zero. Look at the SDIG. Does that mean we shouldn't have watched SDIG? Yeah, I thought of that too, combining the scanner. What I actually did was still have this scanner. I put it on my other monitor and I put a don't repeat for 30 minutes on it so that, we'll maybe get some of the ones here too, but we'll get some of the ones that are optionable, but maybe not meeting all the other filters. So, I don't want to overwhelm myself though. That's all. I do have the don't repeat version of this over here. Okay. Well, I'm not really sharing it, at Ben. I mean, if you want it, I mean, I can give it to you. But first of all, all you have to do is take very simple. Do you have this Momo scan right now? Do you have the Momo scan? Talking to Ad Ben in our YouTube room. Do you have it? I'd rather teach you how to do this. It's really simple, to sort of add one filter in here, and then it becomes this. And all you have to do is just you duplicate it. Okay, if you still want to see this, but you just duplicate it. And all I did was I did a search on options, and the option volume today, I added that filter, and I put a maximum of 499 contracts. Okay, that's all I did. So you'll catch the ones because this one is catching 500 and other filters, of course, but this one is catching 500 and above. But look at the option volume on these ones, zero. That doesn't mean though I don't want to see SDIG. I want to see SDIG. Well, one reason for putting things in a multi-strategy window also is that with this stupid bug we got, it'll show the next high looking left. So I have if I put this in what I could do, what I could do is call this a multi-strategy window. I create a multi-strategy window and only have the one strategy in it. Then when I click on it, I'll see those next highs looking left. I mean, look at SDIG. I mean, how good is this? I'm not in it, but how good is it? And again, zero options, zero. kind of like this idea because you get so many alerts in here that are very kind of duplicates of these ones. So so I'm gonna lose all those ones from before, but that's okay. I'm gonna save it. Anybody wants it? Sure, I'll give it to you. So again, I'm going to be taking off probably about 2:30. Okay, I have something to do. A little bit after that, so I'm going to be taking off at about 2:30. William says you'll keep the room open till probably 3:30. Is that correct? Yeah, Hutch has been. I mean, these crypto plays. Wow, wow, wow. And Mara has probably been the strongest one because it really hasn't. Crypto has sort of fluctuated a little bit, over these days, but not this one. I mean, Bitcoin itself, but Mara has just been on a tear. That one, even this day is not really down. It's a red bar, but it was up to 2361. So it probably closed flat compared to the day before's close. And Christine, are you still in the room somewhere? And where's Erica? Erica and her kids. Okay, so Christine, you asked about maybe taking these and swinging them. So this is what I would do. Suni actually asked about maybe creating a symbol list with them in, maybe keeping them. I don't know how long he wants to keep them, but maybe for a week. Okay, so you could take and you won't have very many. Maybe there's only about 4 or 5 a day. So at the end of the week, you might only have 20 to 25 stocks. So you could create a symbol list and monitor them, or if you're looking at swinging, so look at ARBK as an example. Okay, now I'm not a swing trader, but I'd be looking at this and going, okay, where could it keep going now? And it's obviously in a super strong sector. Now, the only thing you've got to be prepared for is what if Bitcoin takes a big header over the weekend, as an example. I'm not saying to swing this one, but that is going to be really, really reliant on what happens with Bitcoin. What if Bitcoin, goes down $2,000, okay, or something like that? And but if you look at the monthly chart, let's take a look at the monthly chart. So you look at this and you go, well, it's got room. I suppose it's something if it closes well, it's got a little bit of room up to that 419 mark. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be watching to see where it closes at the end of the day, looking left on a weekly and a daily chart, seeing if it has enough room that it makes sense. Because where are you going to put your stop? if you did swing this one as an example, where are you going to put your stop? You're going to put your stop at the low of the day. You're going to put your stop, here at 310. Little bit of support here. It's all about if you even even if you're going to swing trade, you still have to have a stop somewhere. So if your stop is $1 away, I'll make it up. If your stop is $1 away, can it move $2 for you before it hits the next resistance area, which could be the next high, looking left on the weekly or daily chart? And that would be my thought process anyway. So you mentioned IREN, and a lot of this stuff, of course, is sometimes it looks really great in retrospect, but yeah, I mean, when you look at our IREN, so we closed up here at 771. So that was a nice close, very nice close. I mean, the high of the day was 773. So it closed at 771. So basically at the high of the day. And then when you look left, let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. And again, I don't know if this is AI or Bitcoin or related. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, renewable energy. But so if you looked at it on the weekly chart, you really wouldn't have seen much. You back it out a bit, because remember, this is where it would have closed, 774. So let's put put a line right there. So that's where it would have closed, okay? So then when you look left, you see 804. You see a couple of eights, don't you, on the weekly chart? Pretty close to where it closed. So for me, I may have said, okay, I really want to look at it today if it gets over 808. All right. It takes out, because these are 806, sorry, 806 and 805 are the two highs. So I would have put an alert here saying, yeah, it really closed well, but it could stall there. But if it gets through that, it could start to run again. That's what I'd be doing. So I wouldn't, the way I think, I wouldn't be swinging it, okay, because I'd be a little reluctant to, because of those highs there. But you could have waited for it to open. I mean, it opened here at 774, okay, and then you could have put an alert there, and if that met, all of your requirements, you could have taken the trade at around 808, and it's run nicely from there. Now, you always, of course, run the risk of it gapping immediately, sure, but I'm really conservative when it comes to trading, really conservative. And so you do the same thing with the rest of them, And the nice thing is that you're not getting a lot of alerts. It's not like you have to go through 100 charts and trying to figure stuff out. Maybe 4 or 5 a day, and just check to see the levels and where it could go. I think it's important to check the sector. And the other thing, I know I'm throwing a lot of roadblocks, but if it's a bio, depends on the price of it, I suppose. But all these little cheap bios, I'd be watching to see how far has it run, because a lot of them will do financings, of course. If it's the first day of a run, it might be okay. But if it's run a few days, I'd probably be a little reluctant to swing a cheap bio. The one you mentioned, the other one was the CYTK, right? So I mean, it had a little bit of a run, but I wouldn't call that a tremendous run. Okay, I mean, it closed nicely. I mean, the high was 45.15, and it closed at 44.82. So that's really good. I mean, for that price of stock, it closed, really near the high of the day yesterday. But look what it did. You got down to 43. So if you had swung this one, where would you put your stop? Let's play the pretend game. So at the end of the day, you say, "Yep, I'm going to swing it," and you get in around that 44.82. Where are you putting your stop? I mean, you can't put it down here. I mean, it's too wide a stop. So, maybe if you look on a 15-minute chart from yesterday, And so, I mean, again, when you're swinging, usually your stops are going to be a little bit wider. You've got to give it some, like a wide berth. But so if you put a stop here at 42.38, right there, little action here in the 15-minute chart, popped up, popped up a little bit. You put a stop there, I think it's too tight. Okay, so if you put a stop here at 42.31, okay, what did it do today? So had you put a stop there, you would have held the stop because below the day is 43.23. So if you put a stop there, say, let's try to make the math simple. 42 and it closed at 44.79. So that would have been about a $2.50 stop. Okay, but if you got in where originally it alerted, okay? I mean, I see what you mean. If it doesn't have any big pullback to get you out of the trade, because when you took the trade, if you took the trade, you weren't, you didn't know it was going to be a swing trade. Okay, you're surmising afterwards that this was going to that wow, this could have been a swing trade. Um, but what if you got into the 40s? Where would you put your stop as a day trade to get out of the trade if it didn't work? I mean, in this case, it didn't. It was still moving higher and higher all day. But as you know, you could have had a giant red candle wiping you out as a day trade. I mean, I may be the wrong person to ask, but unless you're going into it at the very beginning saying this is a swing trade, but you still have to have a stop. But I don't think that's what you're saying. You're saying, these things could be swing trades based on how they closed. You don't know they're going to close this way. But let's take a look at RKLB. Okay, so RKLB. So on the weekly chart, the next high is about 631. Okay, so 630. So it's got some room. So if you took this one at 552, and I don't know where you'd have your stop because it's been down to 541. But let's say I don't know, put your stop down here at 529, below. That's below the 945 candle. And you said I'm hanging on unless I get taken out. Well, maybe, maybe because I mean, obviously it does have some room when you look left on the weekly chart. I'm just not a swing trader. But I prefer, the only issue is if it gaps. Okay, if it gaps after hours or in the pre-market the next day. To me, a lot of it is you can get out of the trade at the end of the day, and then you watch it the next day right off the bat, and you can always get back in, especially if it hasn't gapped too much. And that, especially like the IREN as an example, I never would have swung that one. Never, 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 even if I'd been a swing trader, because I would have been looking at that 805, 806 level. But I would have put the alert there. So what are you giving up? You're giving up about 25 cents, but with a little bit of security, and then maybe taking it, on that break and having it not, well, this is not IREN, but so yeah, a little bit of security right there. You wait for that 805 break. And so yeah, you give up maybe 25 cents or something. Right? Let's face it, we don't know what's going to do this. Okay. I mean, and look at that. Had you done this and said, okay, I'm swinging this 773. Remember, it got down to 729. So where would your stop have been? Even as a swing trader, I mean, anyway, those are my thoughts. Not trying to dissuade you, but all I would do is just take a look at the ones at the end of the day, see how they closed. For instance, I don't think you would want to take something. Let's just say IREN. Yeah, it was a great trade yesterday. But what if it's really sold off and it came right back down to 6 something? Would you still said, yeah, I want to swing it? My idea of swinging something is something that closes near the high of the day. So you don't have to battle. If you swung this one, then you don't have to worry about battling yesterday's high. You're already so that's when I used to swing trade a lot more. That was one of the things I would, absolutely want. I would want it to close near the high of the day. So tomorrow I don't have to battle yesterday's high. Exactly. And that's all you have to do. Just check, there's not too many to check every day and see what you think. And can I check? Can. Yeah, well, I'm sure it's super extended. So that is coming into a daily high right there, 335. Doesn't mean it's going to stall it there, but again, this is all crypto related, guys. I mean, everything is. I think this is well. This says AI, but I think I think it's also crypto. I think I've asked that question 100 times. I think I always get the same answer. Yes, it is crypto related. So it's coming right into a high. So now I will be looking at a monthly chart. And you can see the high that daily high is back in February this year. If it can take that out on the monthly chart, it's got room to 4. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So what time is it? 13, 125. So 120, 136. And Christine, you can always test it. You can, why don't you test it in the simulator? Do it. Just test it in the simulator. Take them and don't, you can always see what would happen. Do it for a week and just see what would happen. Oh, thank you, Timothy. Timothy, sorry. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now, both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. And aloha to you. I don't know if you're coming from Hawaii or just wanting to say aloha, James. Let me get rid of this announcement. The crypto play guys, the any. So look at this again, all the no option volume in here. I like this. This will just give us a few to look at that don't trade options at all, but are still really, worthwhile looking at. And when we want to see the ones trading options, they'll be over here. Total. Well, okay, gamble. You understand that did a 1 for 400 reverse split today. So this is really a 1 cent stock. So whether it takes off or not, I mean, it's a highly, highly risky. Okay. Anything is possible, but understand it did a 1 for 400 reverse split today, effective today. So without that reverse split, this is like a 1.7 cent stock. Okay. So I mean, the only thing I can say about it, and that float, 128 million, is not 128. You have to divide that by 400. So it's a very, very low float. Was that about 350,000 or so? So highly volatile. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And a stock that is out of Malta. Yeah, Malta. That's okay, James. I'll give you a pass on that regarding the caps. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Ah, so you can see here. So there's a CCLD. Okay, it has traded 81 contracts. So it is optionable. It's interesting too. But to me, it's coming right into a resistance area, a potential resistance area around the 160 to 170 mark. Andy was talking about NCL in the YouTube room when he was on between 12 and 1. I don't know if it's looking strong. it's it's insanely whippy. Look at that 15-minute chart. Topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, the trend is up, yes. The next high looking left is 215. So I mean, if it took out 215, yeah, I mean, there's a chance. Can't remember what happened to this yesterday or 2 days, 3 days ago. Can't remember what happened. Obviously, not not great news. See if we can find it here. So that was on the 19th. You don't even see any news. If I look at my IB headlines, I won't see it either. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I can't see the reason for it. There has to be a reason. I just cannot see the headline that's telling me why. I almost feel like I should be resisting this UP. It's trying to it's doing a little bit of a move here, but I mean I loved it because it had all this room, but just because it had all this room didn't matter. NCL had no headline. Wow, pretty big drop for no headline at all. Not even any rumor. Interesting. So Christine, this would be an interesting one. Okay, I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, it's got some room, to 427. There is a daily high during that week right up here. Maybe that doesn't matter. I might put this in the simulator. Problem is, I won't be around at the close. I remember that, William. Yeah, that's crazy though that there was no news that anybody could find. Even rumor, just rumor. Well, I'm just talking about UP, just because it's here, up is here. You're talking about these ones, right? And I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying you can take a look at it and put it in the simulator and see what happens. At the end of the day, if it closes well, it does have some room. Oh, I know he was talking. Yeah, I know in the YouTube room. I know he was talking about that NCL. Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, you've got a fairly tight stop, I guess. Well, okay. I mean, the low here is $1.31. So say a 70-cent stop or so. But obviously, it's got a lot of room. The high is 215. I would wait for, if you were going to swing this one, I would probably wait for it to break 215 to see if it takes that high of 3 days, 2 days ago. Oh, this is actually one of the few earnings plays today. Air. Look at this one, Air. What a drop. At earnings after hours. Look how messy it was after hours. That move area, up, down, up, down. But when the market opened, dropped, and now, since 11:15, it's been basically straight down, except for now we're getting a bit of a green candle. Maybe we're in bounce mode now. And that's for Air, AIR. Or you could phone them. Give them a call. See what happens. See if you get to their PR guy, investor relations individual on the phone. Come on as an irate shareholder. Yeah, gambles look. Yeah, I mean, I know Shady took this one, and yeah, it's working out nicely. I mean, I can see what he did. 710. I can see exactly why he did that. Taking out the high right there of those two candles, those previous 15-minute candles. I'm assuming that's what he was looking at, something like that. I was actually looking at one that I got insanely lucky on earlier today. Yeah, doesn't look like it's going to do it. I was looking at a break up here of 611 as maybe getting it running again. It got up to this. It was trading around this area, and I was watching it and saying, okay, but if it can take out the highs of those two candles, it might get running again. But look, didn't happen at all. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember this one. This is just a SPAC, BYN going crazy. So forget about that one. So I see this one. Any showed up on the relative volume of 317. So not the time, but the price. And where is the next high now on the monthly chart for another crypto play? It looks like 336 is the next high looking left. I've seen this one before, but I've never really seen it in the scan. But this WGMI, the Valkyrie Bitcoin Miners ETF, and what a run it's been on. Look at this, 13, 19 in maybe a week and a half. Well, believe it or not, I will put an alert for a gamble at the high of the day. That could, I don't believe it or not, that could get a lot of people into it or interested. I mean, it's a far shot right now, but these some of these really cheap ones, when they hit the high of the day towards the end of the day, a lot of traders will get involved. But it would have a ways to go to get to that high of the day. I think the high of the day is 822. Okay, guys, I think I'll go over my homepage right now. Again, I'm going to be taking off a little bit earlier today, probably around 2:30, maybe a little after 2:30. William, we'll keep the room open. I think he said till 3:30. So I'll take this opportunity one last time this week to go over my homepage and what you'll find on it. All right, clicking on my homepage link is what you're going to find. So here's a promo code you can use. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my promo code. This will really help the room, keep this room free. That's the goal, to keep the room free. Okay. And that's how we do it, using my promo to take out a subscription whenever you decide to, if you decide to. Okay. And there's the getting started. If you do take out a subscription, you must do that. It'll be about 30 minutes out of your day, 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you are new to trading, a free series of videos that I really recommend you take a look at. You can take a look at my daily stock of the day video. Trade of the week, probably, I don't know if he'll make one. Well, he's obviously not going to make one for Monday. The market's closed. I don't know if he'll have one for next week, but you can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens, typically Monday morning, but of course next week, Monday is market holiday. If you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And here are my scans. Okay. So these are the scans that I am currently sharing. I fixed the daily, or we had the daily reversal scan fixed. So now it does work. Okay. Oh, look at gamble. Good for you guys who took the gamble. And look, it's almost at the high of the day. But this is the one I concentrate on, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. You don't get too many alerts from it, but that's what I concentrate on. And it got halted. Yeah, it got halted almost at the high of the day. But these are all the other scans that I am sharing. Okay, single stock window is up here. The momentum scan is here. It's going to look a little bit different, but same idea. Abnormal option activity is right up here. And then the breakdowns and only one breakdown, bunch of breakouts over here. And if you have any questions, again, this is a support room also, okay? So you can ask questions all day long, not just a trading room. Well, let's see, where could this open? Yeah, I mean, this possibility of opening at 8:30. And that is above the high of the day, I believe. High of the day is 822. Yeah, so this could take out the high of the day when it resumes trading. I was kind of hoping it would take a little longer than that, but those of you who took it already, great. Well, I guess we have to start looking at these reverse splits a little more closely. That's 2 days in a row. MULN was a reverse split that was active yesterday, even though it was the day of the reverse split, and this is the same. Typically, that's not the case unless they come out with some kind of news, no matter what the news is, just to try to get some interest. But usually, they don't do it the day of. I'll keep this up. Again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. When a stock gets halted, can't see the symbol right now, but it is the GMBL. You see the halt price in red, and the potential for the old this is looking excellent for you guys. And again, there we go. So now it just open, guys. Huge open. Congratulations, guys. I mean, I was hoping it would take out the high of the day a little bit later and not on a halt, but and you can see how it's showing up here. It doesn't trade options, but it's showing up here. That's what we want this window to do now, okay? Well, for me anyway, show the ones that don't trade options. The ones that trade options, you'll see them here, but the ones that don't trade or trade very minimal, look at the SYRS, 21 contracts, that's it. Well, I mean, again, a 1 for 400 reverse split. So reverse split adjusted, that next high is 1363. Okay, guys, your Irene, IREN is, yeah, it's still, this is probably one of the best trades of the day in terms of trend. Because look at this. I mean, yeah, there are a few little bottoming tails here, but not one red candle on the way up. Just a minor one right there. Very nice trend all the way up. Of course, one thing to keep checking is the volume for GMBL. You're in this one. Keep checking on the volume. And you can see how the volume is picking up actually. This is almost the biggest. What time is it? 1:57. So this still has 2.5 minutes to close. This is almost the biggest volume bar of the day. But you can see how, trader mentality takes out the high of the day. Unfortunately, it was during the halt, but takes out the high of the day and all sorts of, action comes in. Volume is 1.4 million there, so it's at 1.22 and climbing. So just watch this volume. You don't want to see it get down to nothing. If it gets down, well, not nothing, but if it really starts to dwindle, that will probably be the end for a while anyway. And most brokers will not have shorts available for this because it's the day of the reverse split. So most brokers probably don't have shorts available. So you don't have to worry about, well, I guess it works both ways. I mean, if there were shorts available and this happened, you got people gagging and covering. But on the other hand, you don't have people piling and shorting. So yeah, this is going to be the biggest volume bar of the day right there. That is 1.4 million, I think. What did I say? Actually, it's 908,000. So that now is the biggest volume bar of the day. Okay, guys, 2 o'clock. So again, I'm probably rolling out of here around 2:30. So any questions, please ask them now. What does the reversal scan do? Have you loaded it? Or just a general, you have loaded it? Okay, well, this is what you can do, all right? I don't have it up and loaded, but I'll show you. But this with any scan, for instance, you're looking for what does this scan do as an example, okay? Um, but I'll load it. Basically, it's looking for, well, daily reversals. Okay, daily reversals. I'll load it. So I'll break the strategy up big yesterday, but down big today. Okay, that's what it does. Okay, that's what the one does. And down big yesterday, but up big today. Those are the two strategies in there, or two scans that are in there. And then if you want to see the actual filters, so do you saw what I did? So just right click, hover over strategies, and then this box will pop up, and you keep moving right, and then this box pops up, and then you can open the actual alert window. And now you can see what it's looking for. So in this particular case, the stock has to be between $2 and $40, volume at least 150,000 shares. It has to be down when you get the alert, 1% from the previous close, but the stock had to be up at least 5% yesterday. Okay. So think about, so a stock that was up a lot and now it's moving down, reversing. And the other one is just the actual flip of it. The stock that was down a lot and then reversing today. That's the theory behind it. And the way it's color coded is if you look at Chewy, this is a stock that was, I think, obviously had to be up yesterday. Yeah, up yesterday. You see how it was up yesterday, and now this is an old. This is understand. This is an alert at 10:27. Okay, that's the last time there was any alert in this one. So obviously, this is where you had the alert. You know, as it was moving down. So but that's the theory behind it. A stock that was just a stock that was up big yesterday, down today, or a stock that was down big yesterday, up today. Just daily reversals. Okay. And the color coded again. Potential to short in yellow, go long in light blue. And don't look at these. I mean, these numbers here. I mean, remember now, I just loaded this scan, and what happens is, I think what it does is it takes a look at the last alert that would have happened. It's not going to give, you know, when I loaded the scan just a couple of minutes ago, it just looks at the last alert that would have happened for both of these strategies. There would have been, I'm sure there would have been others, you know, before on the way of stocks that were down and then moving higher before 155. You could do a history on it, of course. That's the theory behind it, okay? Okay, guys. Well, the market is starting to dip a little bit here. You know, we had that big, nice move at the beginning, drop, and an hour straight up, and now an hour straight down. So we're in a bit of a choppy market. Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. Up is up, up is moving. I just don't know if I'm going to do it. First of all, you know, I want to leave in about 25 minutes. So the screen is not clear. Okay, I'll do how was, well, I'll ask Pepe if he's still around. I know there seems to be an issue. It depends on how big your, like what the size of your monitor is, perhaps. There's nothing, there's not, well, there's the up. There's nothing that I can do, I think, on my end. I think the clear is fine, or the clear, the room, the screen is clear in the main trading room. You see, for me, this is, I mean, this is what I see on my end, and that's clear. Okay, that's in YouTube, and it is clear. So I'm not sure. So it's always a little blurry. I don't know how I can, and you don't know how I can fix that, do you, Pat? How about when the other guys take over between 12 and 1? I mean, if you, but in the main room, Pepe, it's fine, better than YouTube. So when the other guys take over between 12 and 1, is it the same thing? You know, the same sort of blurriness? Okay, so it must be then something to do with StreamYard. Nothing I can do about it, and the main room is clearer. So if you want to see a clearer version, you know, just come into the main room. which is and there's a lot more action in the main room. Okay, a lot more interaction amongst traders. I know. So this is what I would do. I mean, if you don't care about seeing the screen, if you don't care about seeing the screen, I guess YouTube is it's an easy way to go. You just want to listen to me. But if you actually want to see the screen and interact more, I would come into the main room all the time. Okay. But there's nothing as if anybody was going to know what I could do to get it less blurry in YouTube, it would be Pepe. And it must be as he says, it must be the compression that StreamYard is using. That's what we use to stream into YouTube and the other room. And it didn't make any difference, right, Pepe? I mean, I think we tried one day, a couple of days, just streaming into YouTube. I am streaming into other things like Instagram and all that, but it didn't seem to make any difference if I was just streaming into YouTube. Yeah, I mean that's the okay. I mean, if it's really blurry, okay, you're right. I think most people. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe most people don't know this, but yeah, make sure you're in higher the gear. Where's that gear? The gear that makes to make sure that you're in high definition on your end, not like 780p or something like that. Okay, so that's not the issue. I don't even see the stupid gear. There it is. All right, let's see if that helped at all. I did a force on it. Okay, let's see if that cleared anything up. I actually, as Pepe said, I did a force instead of just selecting auto. Did that clear it up at all? You just have to remember to do that. I used to do it, but I think I have not done it for a few weeks. But I can always no. If that helped, no. Okay. Well, it's StreamYard though. I don't know what unless we I guess change streaming platforms. But you're saying it's like that for everybody, Pepe, right? All the guys who come in between 12 and 1. If it were just me, then okay. But if it's everybody, and they're not doing anything, they're not streaming, two different like I'm obviously streaming into the main room, YouTube. I got a lot of other things going on. So, and they don't. So it's obviously nothing to do with that. So Sam, is there a reluctance to come into the main room? I know it's easier to get into YouTube, but I mean, if it's an issue with the screen, I would just come into the main room. You're saying that the resolution in the main room is the same as YouTube? Really? Never heard anybody complain about complain. You're not complaining, you're just pointing it out. I understand, but I've never heard anybody comment about the resolution in the main room. If I were hanging around longer, I mean, believe it or not, I mean, if this gamble takes out that high now of 939, it could even rip from there. So there's the up doing what I wanted it to do a little bit earlier, and it may start to move, but I just don't have time to take it and give it the time that it might need to keep moving. So because I'm going to be taking off in about 15 minutes. So, but this looks interesting now. There was the original alert at 334. Be really interesting. I want to come back to see where it closed. Well, there's the high right there, 938. And we said the next high is 1363. If it takes out that, 1363. Hello, Marius. All right, guys. Again, I'll be gone in about 14 minutes or so. This one, we haven't seen this one for a while. There's BRLY. So that got halted. Was it on the way up or on the way down? Okay, halted on the way down. Not available for me to at Interactive Brokers. I don't want to short it right now, but look at this. So look at the potential open. 717, it's halted at 610 potential open. That is for the BRLI. You too, Sam. Thanks, Ital Trader. You too, regarding Christmas greetings. Yeah, look at that. Look where it opened. Wow. That was not shortable for me. Wow, look where it opened though. BRLI, it got halted at 609, opened underneath, got all the way down to 530, 540. Now it's an all-time low. BRLI is an all-time low. Well, this is still, sorry, I didn't realize. Okay, this is still a SPAC. Sorry. Okay, I sort of remember, Pepe, but maybe we can do that on Tuesday. I would do it today, except I really do have to take off. I have to be somewhere, so I cannot hang around. But maybe we can do that on Tuesday. Thanks a lot. If you're going to have to obviously walk me through it, but didn't she get rid of all her coin though? I thought she got rid of all her coin. I thought somebody who said the other day that well, maybe it still is, but I thought somebody said she got rid of a lot of her coin. I don't follow up that closely, but well, let's take a look at ARC. That should tell us a little bit anyway. I think obviously, I don't know about the haters, but all this time, down, 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 and then really doing nothing. And then even now, had a great 2 months, no question, no question. So I have no idea if she's got a lot of coin. So look at the ANVS as an example. Okay, this is so it has 413 contracts so far. Remember, the minimum to be over here has to be 500. So, I don't mind looking at this because this can, especially early on in the day, in the first 15 minutes, we could start to see some stocks that are underneath that 500 contract, but starting to accelerate. So it'll be interesting to see how this works on Tuesday through the 200-day moving average. Another low float, 7.3 million in the float. It's a bio. Markets are not open on Monday. Not open on Monday. Come on, guys. Christmas Day, not open on Monday. 2 Mondays in a row, not open. Full days next Tuesday to Friday and the following Tuesday to Friday, but markets are closed for the next 2 Mondays. No half days, no. Full days, all full days, Tuesday to Friday, both weeks. At least that's what I was told, and I'm sure it's been corroborated. Yeah, just looking at a calendar here, just Monday, no half days next week, definitely. And that I'm sure it's the same the following week. Yeah, a little definitely a little end of day sell-off. Now the Santa Claus rally, everybody thinks it's this week. If there is one, I believe the official is the day after Christmas, I think, and it goes to maybe the first week of January. I think that's kind of the official. Hey, no problem, Marius. Bygones be bygones, okay? Ah, you too, JK. Yeah, it is dinner time, isn't it? Okay, guys, I think I'll take off now. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So again, if you celebrate Christmas, Merry Christmas. Otherwise, happy holidays. Room obviously is closed on Monday. They'll open Tuesday, same time. So have a great time off, whatever you're going to do. And I will now stop my screen sharing. And I will put myself on mute in the main room. And now the same thing. Now, for you, anybody who's left in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room. Okay, I'll keep it open a bit. You can head over. I think William is keeping the room open until 3:30. Okay, guys. So the link is there. So if you want to head over, William will keep the room open until 3:30. The same thing. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, etc. Anybody who's still listening in YouTube. And we'll see you Tuesday.